receive him. President Bola Tinubu's arrival here now signals that any moment now the aircraft bearing the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari will touch down at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport for onward procession to Daura, his final resting place. Now these are live pictures from the airport. Just a moment ago, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu, touched down, yes, at the airport there. These are live pictures from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport there. Moment ago, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Tinubu, alighted from the aircraft. The President is leading Nigeria in mourning. And Nigeria remains a grateful nation for former President Muhammadu Buhari's services. Now, former President Muhammadu Buhari has served in different capacities. He has served as a head of state from May 29th, now call it 28th, 2023, when he handed over to incumbent President Bola Tinubu. We see pictures there of the First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu. Standing beside her, we see some service chiefs there. There is the Chief of the Air Staff, Hassan Abubakar there. There is the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun there. And more dignitaries waiting to receive President Bola Tinubu, who moments ago touched down. The arrival of President Bola Tinubu does signify that at any moment now, the Nigerian Air Force aircraft carrying the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari, accompanied by Vice President Kashim Shettima, would touch down there. These are live pictures from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport, where the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari is being awaited. We hear music now coming from the military already. The airport ceremonies have begun. You're watching TVC News, and we are staying with our live coverage of the state funeral for former President Muhammadu Buhari, who died on Sunday, 13th of July, 2025, at the age of 82 at a clinic in London.
to introduce him to other dignitaries.
You're watching TVC News, and we are continuing our live coverage of the state funeral of former President Muhammadu Buhari. We have our eyes on President Bola Tinubu, who moments ago alighted from the aircraft waiting to receive the body of the former President Muhammadu Buhari. Now handing over to our State House correspondent Femi Akonde in Abuja for continuation of this coverage.
Well, these are live pictures coming from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport in Kastina State. President Bola Tinubu is already on ground. He has arrived at the airport. Any moment from now, we expect the presidential jet carrying the remains of the former president Muhammadu Buhari to touch down at that airport, also where the body will be received by President Bola Tinubu. We understand that President Bola Tinubu, has been taken to a holding room at that Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, where he will wait for a while until the body of the former President Muhammadu Buhari arrives. But before then, we are seeing already, dignitaries gathering. It's really a bit challenging for security operatives, the DSS and members of the armed forces there to control the crowd. They also have to be very careful because, these are our VIPs. And we still expect that there will be a sense of orderliness here at the airport, because access to the airport is also restricted. Not everyone is able to enter the airport. If you look at the kind of followership former President Muhammadu Buhari has, if these kind of measures are not put in place, even the aircraft will not have a place to land at the airport, I must say. But, we don't know how long they will have to wait now until the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari arrives. But when that body arrives, we expect that as soon as the door of the aircraft is opened, we expect to see Vice President Kashim Shettima emerge alongside the Chief of Staff to President Bola Tinubu, Femi Gbajabiamila, will also descend back from that aircraft. We don't know if the Borno State Governor, Umar Zulum, will also be on that aircraft, because we saw him in the pictures in London, where Vice President Kashim Shettima went to commiserate with the families of former President Muhammadu Buhari, and also return the body to Nigeria for burial. We do not know if Babagana Zulum had maybe left earlier, just like Umaru Dikurada, who was also in London at that time to visit former President Muhammadu Buhari when his death was announced. But though he arrived before the death was announced to pay his respects, check on his health, and in that process, it was announced that former President Muhammadu Buhari had died. Well, that's an airplane that just touched down.
All right, Femi, because we see that the Nigerian Air Force aircraft. Femi, very quickly, let's put you on hold. We see now right on ground that the Nigerian Air Force aircraft carrying the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari has touched down. Any moment, it will be opened, and then the body will be brought down to be received by President Bola Tinubu, who has himself said he would receive the body personally. More live pictures coming from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport for the state funeral of former President Muhammadu Buhari. The doors have opened now. Any moment now, we'll see Vice President Kashim Shettima alongside the widow of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, that is Aisha Buhari, who would be alighting. Okay, the Vice President Kashim Shettima is out now. He's alighting from the aircraft. With the federal government delegation to the United Kingdom, recall President Bola Tinubu has sent a delegation led by Vice President Kashim Shettima that also had the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, to the United Kingdom to commiserate with the Buhari family and to bring back the body of the former President, Muhammadu Buhari, back to Nigeria. Any moment now, we'll see family members alighting from the aircraft, and then we would see the body also brought down. We would see the military party receive the body. We'll see the burial party receive the body. And we'll see the military accord Muhammadu Buhari the honor he deserves as a former leader, a former commander of the armed forces, both in his capacity as head of state and democratically elected president of Nigeria. I would see
coverage at the airport, waiting to see the body being brought out and for the burial ceremony to begin. Preparations are, everything is set for the burial ceremony today. The former president, Muhammadu Buhari, is expected to be laid to rest at 2 p.m. right after the ceremony at the airport. And now the burial ceremony is expected to hold today, right after the burial party at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport. There's are live pictures from the airport, dignitaries trooping in as the party begins.
This is TVC News, where we're continuing our coverage of the state funeral for former President Muhammadu Buhari, who died in a London clinic on the 12th of July at about 4:38 p.m. Moments ago, the aircraft conveying his remains touched down at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Kastina. Just before then, Nigeria's President and Commander-in-Chief, Bola Tinubu, also touched down at that airport, symbolizing to everyone that was watching that he was the chief mourner leading Nigeria in mourning and being grateful to his predecessor in office for his service to country. Images now of Vice President Shettima, who accompanied the body back. He had been ordered by the president to go to London to return with the body of former President Buhari for today's state burial. We've seen the military on parade wanting to honor their former commander-in-chief at this state burial. The burial was supposed to have commenced at 2 o'clock, but obviously, with the plane touching down at 2 o'clock, they're running slightly behind schedule. But all roads seem to be moving towards Daura, where the president is from, and where he would be interred at his residence. Images of NAF that conveyed the remains from London back to Nigeria. The aircraft took off from London Heathrow at about 7:48 a.m. and touched down at precisely 2 o'clock West African time. We've seen the military on parade, waiting for airport ceremonies to commence. Earlier on, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, also touched down at the airport, and we saw her wait at the foot of NAF 1 as the doors opened for her husband, the president, to alight, accompanied by several dignitaries and also service chiefs and Nigeria's Inspector General of Police. These are live pictures from the airport. It appears that some members of the Buhari family who traveled with the remains of the former president are still on board that aircraft. We see a lot of coming and going out of that aircraft, with people going into that aircraft. These are live pictures. We do not know how many people are still on board. A heavy presence of dignitaries at the airport, waiting for the convoy to move from Kastina to Daura. We have our correspondents at his residence and also at the airport, where they'll be standing by with live images of this state funeral that has been put together to honor a man whose service for country and dedication to duty is being appreciated today. We're yet to see or know whether the body has been taken out of the aircraft. We'll still have a heavy presence of dignitaries as well as the military on parade, waiting to see his body being brought out. A burial party comprising generals of the Nigerian Army, Air Force, and Navy would be on ground to receive that body and to carry his body into a waiting vehicle as they make their way to Daura, where he's from and where his residence is, to where he'll be interred. These are first images of the widow of former President Muhammadu Buhari, Aisha, who accompanied her husband back home on his final journey and to his state funeral. As we said earlier, former President Buhari died in a London clinic on Sunday after a brief illness. Mrs. Buhari is traveling with some members of her family, her son Yusuf and some of her daughters, who accompanied his body and traveled from London with the head of Nigeria's delegation, who was sent by President Tinubu to accompany the body of the former president back home. So the first images we've seen of, with the slight delay in the schedules, as soon as airport ceremonies are concluded, the journey to Daura will begin, where there will be prayers before he is committed. So family members are moving away from the aircraft moving towards vehicles that would convey them to Daura. We're still waiting to see if airport ceremonies will take place. The military is standing by with a parade planned to honor their former commander-in-chief. We can see in the sea of heads the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who arrived ahead of the president and waited at the foot of the aircraft to receive him with other dignitaries as he landed at the airport.
The mood here can only be imagined because this is a very difficult time for the family and as a matter of fact the nation at large to lose a president who served Nigeria in different capacities, particularly as a military head of state and then the democratically elected president for 8 years. The nation, as a matter of fact, is mourning. Dignitaries there, military personnel, the family, political leaders, everybody are right now looking out and looking forward to what happens next when the body of the former president would emerge from the aircraft and be received by President Bola Tinubu, who had said that he will personally be in Kastina to receive the body. And right now, President Bola Tinubu is at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport in Kastina, and any moment from now we will see that happen. The body come, and right there in the pictures we're seeing a lot of ladies in black, suggesting most likely that the wife of the former president, Aisha Buhari, is there, and the wife of President Bola Tinubu, that is Senator Oluremi Tinubu, also there, she had arrived much earlier, even before her husband came in. She had been there to ensure that everything is in place and in proper condition. Military personnel lined up. This is a state funeral. It's not just any funeral like, others. It's a state funeral. Some time ago in 2010, Nigeria had something similar to this when President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua died. Yeah, it's not exactly the same because Umaru Musa Yar'Adua was still in power, but this is something similar to that, and the mood across the country, the length and breadth of the country is quite somber and calm, praying and wishing that Nigeria will not be faced by such calamity anytime soon.
Like pictures coming from national the widow of the former president Muhammadu Buhari, that's Aisha Buhari, being consoled by people around. We see the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, beside her there. It does appear security personnel are trying to get everyone to be orderly, trying to tell them where to be, even as we expect the body to be received by President Bola Tinubu, who is already there at the airport waiting to receive the body.
Our correspondent Femi Akonde earlier gave us an insight to what manner of challenge the security personnel will have today at the airport there, considering considering several factors. Number one, the popularity of the man being expected to be buried today, and the caliber of dignitaries that are presently at the airport. Femi said that, trying to quote him now, or paraphrase what he said, that if security checks are not properly put in place, the aircraft bearing the body might not even find a space to land. And that's what it is now. Okay, so Femi Akonde, I know you are still there. I just paraphrased what you said earlier. Maybe you take it up from here now to bring us up to speed as someone who had been around the functions of the presidency and has been in the advanced party of government several times. You understand what happens in situations like this. Over to you, Femi.
Thank you, Zona. Well, indeed, what we're seeing now is, just trying to cross the T's and dot all the I's before the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari is brought out of the aircraft and, taken in an ambulance straight to Daura, where the body will then be interred. But before interment, there will be according to Islamic rites, there will be the Salat of Al-Janaza. The Salat of Al-Janaza prayers will be performed for the deceased by his family members, close associates, and of course Muslims, because former President Muhammadu Buhari is a Muslim and he will be buried according to Islamic rites. But we also saw earlier when our correspondent in Daura, Lupe, reported activities from the residence or the home of former President Muhammadu Buhari there in Daura, where the grave has already been dug, the grave where his body will be lowered after all Islamic rites have been performed. We expect President Bola Tinubu to be at that ceremony, Vice President Kashim Shettima, top government officials. Well, for Aisha Buhari and some others, they will be indoors. They will not be able to go close to the gravesite when that is being done, when the lowering of the body is being done at the home of the former president in Daura. But we expect his son Yusuf Buhari to be there. We've also seen videos earlier of Yusuf Buhari, meeting President Bola Tinubu at the holding room of the Musa Yar'Adua airport there in Kastina State, thanking President Bola Tinubu for his support and for how he has been able to, coordinate and conduct this whole funeral rites or funeral plans, burial plans so far for his father, former President Muhammadu Buhari. Well, it's not just the nation that's grateful, even the Buhari family are also grateful, for the way this has been coordinated. President Bola Tinubu put in place a ministerial committee or a special burial committee that was chaired by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Also, on that committee, we also have the National Security Advisor, the Minister of Information. I also saw the Minister of Interior and some other top government officials. They have been able to coordinate.
Body is coming down the aircraft now. From the pictures we are seeing, the body covered with the Nigerian flag is being brought down from the aircraft. We know that proper protocol is that from now onwards, generals from the rank of Brigadier General will be in charge of the body because he left service as a Brigadier General of the Nigerian Army, and that will be the right protocol. Major General, Major General, from now on, it's expected that activities will hasten up because between Kastina and Daura is about 1 hour, 20 minutes. And the body is supposed to be lowered into the ground just before sunset, and so it's expected things will be hastening up we see someone we feel is the widow, and that's the point where she can get to, as we have been told by Femi, who understands this better, that the widow wouldn't be around where the body will be interred, and so whatever she would do will be around this moment, and quite a sad moment for the family and the nation at large. Live pictures there from the airport, and we are still seeing dignitaries moving down now. It's expected that the president will come close. From now, we cite the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, side view of him, and the person we are seeing is rear there seems to be the secretary to the government of the federation, and a lot of them are there. A lot of the people that determine things that happen in Nigeria are there now, and that is what it is supposed to be. The widow still there.
Yes, the widow still there. And we also see the wife of the Vice President Kashim Shettima. We saw her earlier. There are pictures, more people gathered, even as we expect the body to be received now by President Bola Tinubu. All right, let's now bring in Femi Akonde. Femi, earlier you were talking about how this would go. You spoke about the fact that the widow of the former president would not be allowed at where the interment would take place. Talk to us more about that.
Well, for some people, according to Islamic rights, the widows or women are not allowed, particularly allowed to become close to where these interments will take place. But of course, she will be allowed to pay her last respect to her husband before other close family associates will then take over from there and take the body for interment. But she'll be allowed to properly grieve her husband, pay her last respect, and it's when she's satisfied that indeed then the body can be taken for interment. That is when that body will be taken from her for interment. But she will be part of the whole process, and she would also have a say in how the whole activity is conducted, and she will also be able to significantly influence the outcome. But it's a sad one for the family, not just for Nigerians. We can see on screen, we saw earlier, his daughters, we saw Zara, we saw his other daughters, Fatima, they're all grieving, they're all sobbing. To them, former President Muhammadu Buhari was indeed a dear father, a loving father. It means it's a personal loss for them. And if you've suffered loss of someone very close to you, you will understand what it means. So this is a very difficult time for the family of former President Muhammadu Buhari. But we believe that with all of the condolences and well wishes coming in from Nigerians, well, that might bring that soothing relief for them, and hopefully with time they will then be able to at least accept these as the will of God, as they say in Islam, inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi rajiun. So I believe that with time they would also be able to accept it as the will of God, and then move on. But it's really a mourning period for Nigerians and for the family of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Just ahead there, I can see his state chief of protocol, who was the man always moving ahead of former President Muhammadu Buhari when he was at the saddle. Right now, he's just walking alone. Only God knows what's running through his mind. Just seeing the body of his former boss being wheeled out of an aircraft, carried out of an aircraft, and wheeled right now to an ambulance where it will be taken for the final burial at his home in Daura. Here also it's going to be wheeled on this red carpet where these military officers will also pay their last respect to a man, for a former president, a soldier, a former commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Indeed, Femi, we see the body being wheeled there. Just like you mentioned, the military officers would pay their respects, would also see President Bola Tinubu eventually receive the body. After which, when the event is concluded here at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, the body would be taken to Dara, the former president's hometown, his residence, and where he will be interred.
Indeed, the body of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, has arrived the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua airport. President Bola Tinubu is at the airport waiting to see the body. You can see the body from the live pictures on the screen of the former president being reeled on the red carpet. Military officers are also present to pay their last respect. And after the event here, it's expected to move to Dara, where he will be laid to rest.
That's the procession, the body being now conveyed or wheeled by senior military officers, soldiers, the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, all of them there, obviously and certainly within the rank of Major General, which is the rank at which the former president left service. That's what is proper, and that is what is being done to a man who deserves all the respect that can be given, covered with the national flag, The body is covered with the national flag, and if you look properly, you will see the other items that signify that the body being carried or wheeled here belongs to a particular dignified class. We're going to see a lot of military presence here until the body is interred. I said earlier that the distance between Kastina and Daura is about 1 hour, 20 minutes. And so it's going to be quite a drive once the airport ceremony ends between Kastina and Daura, where the interment will take place. We look very closely, you will see that President Bola Tinubu had already received the body and is walking behind the casket as they are wheeling it down the aisle there. It will be very serious and deep moment for him, having worked quite closely with President Muhammadu Buhari when he was in power. Even before he became president, his emergence as the president, Bola Tinubu, then he was just a former governor, played a very active part as the leader of the APC, newly formed APC then in 2015, and he is walking right behind the casket as it's being wheeled down the aisle there by senior military officers. The right protocol for a man of this status. Quite a very sober mood for the entire country, and by extension, probably the African continent. He was the head of state of Nigeria between 1983 and 1985 as a military officer, and then democratically elected president between 2015 and 2023. This is what he deserves, and this is what the entire country is offering at a time like this.
It's a state funeral honor for a man who has served Right, indeed, Uzon, we'll see what is going on here. Dignitaries from far and wide gathered to honor the man, Muhammadu Buhari, whose body is now getting ready to be transported to Daura, his final resting place. This speaks of service to humanity, service to the nation. So that is what we see now. Dignitaries lined up to pay their last respects to the body of Uzana.
Yes, if you want to count the who is who in this crowd now, it will be a very difficult task. We see 7 governors, 7 senators, 7 House of Rep members, past governors, past office holders. They are all here. I cited a while ago Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who was vice president when Muhammadu Buhari was president. He is in the crowd, and this is not a time for any single individual to take the pride of place, because every attention is on the man who served Nigeria in various capacities and now about to embark on the last journey on earth. The body is about being put into the ambulance for that journey to begin to Daura, where the final interment will take place. we see military officers carrying out that function, we know that that is what it will be for a man of this status. So it's expected that in the next hour, 20 minutes, the body will be arriving in Daura as soon as they set out. We still have our correspondents in Daura waiting to join us shortly as soon as the airport ceremony is over. We have also Femi Akonde, who had covered the presidency and still covering the presidency up to this moment, who understands what it means for the president of a nation to depart a few years after leaving office, and who understands also the protocol of how this kind of activity or function will be covered. He was there in 2010 when the former president Umar Musa Yar'Adua died, so he understands this quite well. He will be joining us any moment from now, but right now all attention is at the ambulance, that the boot, the trunk is being closed, suggesting that in the next few minutes that journey will commence from Kastina to Daura, the home of the former president. Military officers lined up there. Waiting for the body to leave the airport before they will return to as we were. The state of Kastina and the town of Daura would be wearing a completely different look from what it has been in the past. Yes, Kastina State had seen this before in 2010 because former President Umar Musa Yar'Adua also was from Kastina State. So they had seen this before, but not quite recent. Then Daura, the small community where the former president comes from, will be receiving the kind of guests. Yes, they would have been used to receiving, dignitaries before, having a son like Muhammadu Buhari come from the community, but not in this mood, not in a mood where sadness and pain and agony to some would be the right word, the right mood that they are in. Unlike what they used to have before, celebrations and all of that. Even when elections are lost, it's not like this, because this is a complete closure to the life of a man who meant different things to different people.
Indeed, he's been regarded as a leader who served Nigeria at a time of peace and also in a time of war. A legacy that was worthy of emulation in many areas. This is a point of retrospection, especially for leaders, major stakeholders in Nigeria's political space. And as Nigeria mourns the passing of a leader, what remains is not just the memory of this leader. Uzona, how significant is this moment, especially for those who have served Nigeria like he did?
There are a number of situations where the input of a former leader becomes very necessary. There are moments when a former leader had experienced certain things and will need to guide or advise the current office holder. What this moment means is that chapter is closed as far as Muhammadu Buhari is concerned. whatever tips, whatever insight, whatever guidance the current office holders will need from him, they can no longer get it. A lot of people will be celebrating what they will regard as the legacies of the former president. Whether we like it or not, he served Nigeria and has left a lot of footprints in several parts of the country that he will be remembered for. Many would argue that he was nepotistic. That's their point of view, but we have evidence. We have evidence to show that he cared for different parts of the country. One of the most people that would claim to be neglected the most now has something that several governments in the past had used for campaign, and that was the second Niger Bridge. It was a campaign item for almost all the administrations we've had in Nigeria, particularly during the democratic dispensation. But it was Muhammadu Buhari that came in and completed that project, that the regular traffic gridlock that tied people down on the Niger Bridge for several days, particularly during December period, is now a thing of the past, that people can access and travel freely using the bridge. For that alone, a lot of people from that part of the country had been very grateful and would always remember his service to Nigeria at that point. There are several other things that people will talk about that he left. He embarked on rail system, and Nigerian rail system saw a lot of revolution within the period, that you can access different parts of the country by train rather. And that was not a very cheap thing to achieve. The agriculture activities in Nigeria saw a boost. Yes, the closure of the border at some point will be seen as something negative, but it has its own positive impact, because a lot of people went into farming, and that revolutionized our agricultural sector. A lot of such instances are there for everyone to see.
Indeed, Uzona, a whole lot that can be said about the man, Muhammadu Buhari, from the Daura Emirate, who left Nigeria on the 27th of February this year to London in the United Kingdom, and now is returning in this very somber and solemn moment. He's someone you can call Daura, perhaps Daura's most important, most distinguished export, as it were. But now that community has, lost this worthy son of the soil. So it's really a somber moment. And like we mentioned earlier, we have our correspondent on the ground who will be telling us how the mood is there, and will be bringing us all the details, even as interment takes place. Any moment now, the convoy would leave the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. There we have live pictures of the vehicles lined up there. Any moment now, they would move, proceed to Daura, which you understand is about, okay, they're leaving already now. They're leaving already. And from there, they would move to Daura, which is about an hour and 20 minutes distance. Already we've seen the military officers pay their respects. Let's now go to Femi Akonde. Femi, the convoy is leaving the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport now, heading to Daura. Please confirm the distance. How far is it from Kastina to Daura?
Well, it's about 88 kilometers from Kastina to Daura, and that will take about 1 hour 20 minutes, like you earlier said, depending on the speed of, the motorcade. And we expect serious traffic on that road, because I understand that a lot of sympathizers have already lined up on that road from Kastina to Daura. It's a straight road. A lot of sympathizers have already lined up waiting for the motorcade carrying the body of our former President Muhammadu Buhari, to pass through. A lot of them, that will be the only chance they have to pay their last respect to a man, like you also earlier described him, an illustrious son of Kastina State, a man who had the opportunity to be president of Nigeria, both as a military man and as a civilian, a democratically elected one. He had the opportunity twice, So it will be actually also a very symbolic and historic moment for the people of Kastina State. They will all be on the road lined up, and I just hope that the security operatives on ground will be able to control them or contain their emotions, because we expect a lot of them to be quite emotional. So we just hope there wouldn't be any incident on the road, not maybe security threats now, because that has been put under control. Even the Kastina State has been able to a large extent control, or should I say reduce the insecurity and pockets of criminalities around the state and the forest. But we expect that, for the security agencies on ground now, they will be able to contain people who might might get emotional. Some of them might get in the way of the motorcade. Some might make attempts, to even touch the motorcade carrying former President Muhammadu Buhari's body. So it's all of these that we expect, the security agencies to look out for as they are on their way to Daura. It's also going to be a tough time for them, driving through, and they also understand that the people are mourning, and they also have the right to mourn former President Muhammadu Buhari, who was the first person from Kastina State to be president of Nigeria as a military man before Umaru Musa Yar'Adua came on board. He died in office, sadly, and then Buhari came back again as a democratically elected president. But just let me go back to what's happening from the live pictures. I'm quite sure of what is going on, but it appears as if President Bola Tinubu might travel to Daura via, he might go to Daura, he might board that chopper on ground that will take him to Daura. He may not be going by road, but we'll wait to see what happens. But that's most likely. I do not think he's in that convoy or that motorcade taking the body of former President Muhammad Buhari. He will arrive Daura early or earlier than the motorcade.
Let's quickly put you on hold for a moment. Senior reporter Lupe Som is live for us in Daura to give us an update on the current situation there. Lupe, the convoy conveying the body of the former president has left the airport now, with his widow, the wife of the president, and the president himself. Who are those on ground to receive them?
Well, of course, on ground here in Daura, we have all the dignitaries. The former governors are here. I saw former service chiefs who served under the president. I saw the former Inspector General of Police. I saw the former Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar. And I tried to engage them on some of the works of the president in terms of security. They praised him. They said during his time as president, before his time as president, Nigeria recorded 8 bomb blasts. But while he came in, a lot of improvements were made, and no bomb blast was witnessed during his time as president. So we have all former governors. Everyone is right here. We have people from the north, south, east. We have traditional rulers, the Emir of Zazzau. We have the Emir of Kano is here. We have several dignitaries who are on ground. And as you can see, just now, a couple of them have left his house. That's the main building. And they are now heading to the mosque. Some of them are going to say prayers, while others are trying to make their way to the helipad, where the grand prayer for the former president will be carried out. So right in his house, we have a couple of people. His family members are here, clad in black. Women are here saying prayers for him. All those who served with him, talking ministers, talking special advisors, they are here. They eulogize him. They had a lot of good things to say. So all of them are on ground. And at the moment, some of them are trying to make their way to the helipad where the prayers will be conducted. But here, as you can see, if you could watch, as my cameraman is panning around, you will see women are here. We see former ministers who served under him. They are all on ground. So this is just to give you a sense of the heavy presence of people who are here to mourn the late president. So that's what's happening. Former ministers and all of those people are around, and they will soon be moving to the helipad where the prayers will be conducted as soon as his body arrives.
All right, Lupe. Femi Akonde mentioned a while ago that the distance is about an hour, 20 minutes. So talk to us about, what the next steps are. The body arrives at the helipad, and from there, talk to us about how the prayer spirals into the journey to his residence and then the eventual interment.
Well, when his body arrives, they are going to move straight to the helipad. And after the prayers will be led by the chief imam of Daura. And after that prayers are said, his body will be brought here. Of course, the personnel of the Nigerian army have cordoned off the area where his body is going to be interned. So that's what's going to be happening. The chief imam is going to conduct the prayer right there. And after that, they are going to drive right down to his house here. We also have information that at least 4 African presidents have also arrived, and that they will also be making their way down with the entourage that is bringing the body of the former president.
All right. Let me give us a sense of the security situation there. Talk to us about what the tablet is like in terms of security while they await the president.
I must tell you that security is tight. A lot of people are offended. They couldn't gain access into this place. For you to gain access into this place, you must be a very important person. You must have held some sort of position. You must have worked with him in the past. You must have been someone who is very, very, who is a government worker. We have former governors here. We have 7 ministers who are here. So, of course, they came with their details and their security. They came with their security details. So, just to give you a sense of how security personnel have surrounded this place, recall that the former president was a military general, and the Nigerian army have taken full responsibility. The whole place is filled with security personnel inside and outside. Gun trucks have been mounted outside, ensuring that only those who should enter this place, only those who have the right to gain access into this place are permitted into this place. So security is watertight. We also have members of the intelligence community who are moving about in mufti, ensuring that only those who should be found inside this place are here at the moment. So it's not a place to come and play around. It's not a place to come and mess around, because security personnel are on ground to ensure that everything is done smoothly and that there's no breakdown in law and order.
All right, Lupe Asom, we'll be back with you in a moment. But at this time, let's take some reactions from, some people who have spoken about the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, about his impact, his legacy, and what he will be remembered for.
Has already been institutionalized by God, and the nation cannot write its history without him. Looking at the military era and the civilian era, and the monumental inroads he made in multi-party political development in the country, the establishment of TVC and of course the OPC, and the leadership that he has given. And he was privileged to rule for 8 years as a democratically elected president, and to also produce his successors.
A big loss, taken into consideration what he has contributed to the development of this nation, right from his early days to the days when he was elected as the president. Indeed, he has played a big role in uniting Nigeria and bringing a lot of developments. But like I said, everyone has his own time. Now is the time our Lord hold him back, and we pray Allah will give him Jannah. Those of us behind his reign will try to copy the good sides of him, and where he made mistakes to correct it.
Police are already in the air, about 20 of them, who are coming to commensurate with us and also joining us in this funeral prayer for the repose of the late President Muhammadu Buhari. It's really very overwhelming, and we are not taking one away, because we know the caliber of person he is, and we know that President Muhammadu Buhari was a man of the people, across the masses, and he has extended a cordial relationship with the the presidents across Africa and across the world. So we should expect more than this.
One may argue if he doesn't know him, but for those of us who interacted with him physically and for several years, there is no doubt that his name is synonymous to integrity, because I lived with him for 25 years, and Almighty God is my witness. I have never doubted that integrity through my interaction with him. And this is indeed very important, and part of his legacy that I always remember is patriotism. He is indeed a Nigerian that is proud of Nigeria, and he treated Nigerians equally.
The sad death of our dear President, President Muhammadu Buhari, is a great loss to Nigeria and to all of us. He was a true leader, a true patriot, an elder statesman who was extremely patient. He has the listening ear to listen to. And he loved Nigeria with passion. His loss has created a big vacuum, not to our party, the APC, which he is fully committed. I know that we have lost a true leader. I therefore commiserate with the immediate family, with the governor and people of Kastina State. I commiserate with Mr. President, whom I know is a very close colleague, who has always stood by him, and I pray that God will give all of us the fortitude to accept what we cannot change.
Him as a symbol. He is a symbol of honesty, symbol of integrity, symbol of commitment, and that's the reason why we have always referred to him as Baba, and truly he was. I'm so happy to see all the accolades and all the statements being made by those who were closer to him than people like me, like President Obasanjo himself, our dear President, Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Jonathan, and also so many other people like the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Vice President Osibanjo, Professor Osibanjo, and people like Rabiu Kwankwaso. These are people who had worked very, very, very close with him, and they knew him. I had been so close to him because of what he did for me during my first time as a governor. He stood there for us. His total commitment to unity and security of this nation, his total commitment to integrity, and his lacking corruption in his blood, is what actually endeared me to our late father, Muhammadu Buhari, and may his soul actually receive the rahmah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Probably did not do as much as one would have expected, but he's human. He's human, he has his own frailties, he has his own faults, but he fought a good fight. General Buhari was not an economist. He had people that were in charge of that. Yes, some of the economic decisions made back then, we're still seeing the effect in our nation today. But it would be wrong to put everything on the head of one man. Jonathan was accused of mismanagement, of corruption, of this and that. And he came with the hope that there will be an end to corruption. But we saw also that despite the fact that he fought severally to bring people to book and to make sure that the tide of corruption was stemmed in our nation, we still saw that there are people who manipulate things.
Regarded as one of the most transparent and honest Nigerian leaders in history, Muhammadu Buhari, as a military head of state and democratically elected president's story, is replete with remarkable events. Muhammadu Buhari was born on December 17, 1942 in Daura, Kastina State, where he began his public service in the military. He joined the Nigerian Army in 1962, trained in the UK, and fought in the Nigerian Civil War between 1967 and 1970. By 1975, Buhari was appointed military governor of the northeastern state. He later served as Federal Commissioner for Petroleum and became chairman of the NNPC in 1977. On December 31, 1983, Buhari staged a coup and overthrew President Shehu Shagari, but his regime was short-lived in August 1985, where he was removed in another coup by General Ibrahim Babangida and detained for nearly 3 years. In the 1990s, Buhari returned as chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund under General Sani Abacha overseeing infrastructure spending. General Muhammadu Buhari, as he was then called, returned into civilian politics by aspiring to be president in 2003 on the platform of ANPP, but lost to President Olusegun Obasanjo. He tried his luck again in 2007, still on the platform of ANPP, but lost to Umaru Yar'Adua of PDP. The undaunted and relentless Buhari floated a party with some Nigerians, Congress for Progressive Change, in 2011, and for the third consecutive time was defeated by Goodluck Jonathan. In 2015, Muhammadu Buhari ran on the major ticket known as All Progressive Congress APC, where he defeated an incumbent President Goodluck Jonathan, making history as the first opposition candidate to win a Nigerian presidential election. Sworn in on May 29, 2015, President Buhari pledged to fight corruption, tackle insecurity, and revive the economy. In 2019, he secured a second term, defeating former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. While his administration invested in rail, roads, and agriculture, his frequent medical trips abroad and slow response to national crisis sparked criticism. On May 29, 2023, Buhari handed over to President Bola Tinubu and retired to Daura, ending a career that shaped Nigeria's political landscape.
It's still a live coverage of the state funeral of former President Muhammadu Buhari, whose body a while ago left the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Kastina and heading onward to Daura, his home state, where it would first arrive at the helipad. The prayers will be held. After that, the body will then be taken to the graveside. The grave has already been dug, and there he will be interred. Already, the federal government, as a mark of honor, has declared today a public holiday to allow people mourn, on one hand, the demise of the former leader. Also, all national flags are flying at half-mast as a mark of honor for the man, former President Muhammadu Buhari. Olamide Adeyemi is still here in the studio, as well as Uzonna Onoye, as we continue on this coverage. So now all roads are leading to Daura. We expect the body to arrive any moment now. But then already we're getting comments, condolences pouring in for the former president, talking about his legacy and all of those. Perhaps we should talk about what we're looking at next. Now, this journey will take about an hour, 20 minutes, so we expect that they should arrive there at minutes past 4, but hopefully it's even earlier because of the Islamic time.
They have a mandate to get there as early as possible. It's
so
yes, of course. So I'm sure it's going to be a very quick thing. But what's next now, as the journey continues, and talking about what some of those things that Lupe mentioned, those on ground, the dignitaries waiting to also welcome. But there was something in particular that Femi mentioned about the widow not being able to see when the body is taken into the ground, but she will have time to pay her last respect to that. But I would like Uzonna to talk about that, specifically in line with the Islamic rights. The widow will not be allowed to see the body being put into the ground. How significant do you think this is?
You could find such practice in some other cultures. It may not just be exclusive to the Islamic faith. In some other cultures, it could be, for instance, if a man dies and the parents are still alive, the parents will not be near where the body is going to be interred, and stuff like that. It's fine, and it's not a problem, because the woman wouldn't be denied the right of paying her last respect. Femi clearly stated that, unequivocally, that she will have a moment, and the rest of the family would also have their moment to do all of that, and then before the body will be taken away to be interred. But while all of this is going on, a lot of people are still talking. I was online a few moments ago, and the conversation is still going on what the former president will be remembered for. If you check the comments and the views, they are as diverse as anything. Some think that he will be remembered for his doggedness and his determination to achieve what he wants to achieve. But what struck my mind at some point, while reading through the comments, is that, when this thought about destiny may be something that is beyond our human understanding. We remember that during his presidency, in the first term of his presidency, there was a time the former president then was ill. His health was not too good for him, and he left Nigeria, for treatment abroad. But when he now came back, he came back 20 years younger, looking fresher, looking stronger, sounding more affirmative and very firm, and that marked a turnaround in his health. We didn't hear much of his health issues until he left office, which suggests also, or confirm or support the narrative that when someone is destined to do a thing, every other circumstance around him will work in his favor. That appears to be what happened during that 2017 experience, that the former president came back much stronger. There are people that we look at today and we feel, oh, they are too strong, nothing will happen to them. The next moment, they drop and die. And there are people who will see, using our human eye, some people being guided or propelled or instigated by certain of their notions of, thoughts, will conclude that this person will not last till tomorrow. And then the person stays for 10 years, 20 years, still suggesting again or saying again that no one has control of life. Life is only in the hands of the Creator who made life. And so that's one thing that some people will want to take away from the life and times of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. And his determination is something, I talked about this earlier, someone who is determined to do something and goes about doing it until he achieves the result, is that it should be an inspiration for some of us who are younger to know that no matter how much you have tried doing something, there may not be an end to it until you achieve it if you keep pushing.
And with his time as head of state, moving on to become a democratically elected leader, and you mentioned earlier how he intentionally tried to change the perception that people had about him from a head of state. However, we've seen people who have faulted both periods of his administration. Looking at some comments that you also referred to, how do we help people take away some of this negative notion that they have about him, understand that he was the president and he had to do the job at a particular time? Because some of those comments, we still see them rolling. It seems that so many persons do not still understand how important he was as a leader.
I have a challenge with what you said, help people. Nobody can help anybody. People are made up the way they are. A lot of people's personality is a function of where they are coming from and their experiences. Some people who have had bitter experience in life will hardly see anything sweet anywhere. They will only see bitterness everywhere they go. some people who have been so disappointed and frustrated with their personal experience will always see things that will relate or confirm to them that life is unfair. And so when people react in certain ways, there's actually little or nothing anyone else can do than to just accept them the way they are. And probably the best you can do is to keep presenting the other side of the story, because the life is not just about one story. Every story has different dimension. Keep presenting the other side of the story. It's talked about a man who was a president at some point and who had to do the job he was elected to do as president. Even as a class prefect, you are confronted by moments you have to take decision on behalf of the class, and not everybody in the classroom will support you. As a team lead in offices, as a parent at home, as a sibling among your own siblings, you know, there are always those moments of conflict and disputes, but it's just in our hands to keep doing what we have to do at the time we need to do it. Muhammadu Buhari has done his bit. He has served as head of state. He has served as president. He has done what he felt he should do. He may not have achieved everything that he set out to do, or he would have wanted to achieve, you know, from the word go, but he has done his bit and he has left the stage. What is left open now is to see how those of us that are still living, that are alive at this moment, would advance whatever he had done or whatever he had failed to do. We advance for the good of everybody and achieve those things that we feel should have been achieved that he didn't achieve. Let's now go. Those of us that are alive, let's now go forward and achieve it. Some people feel that he was, he enjoyed a divided Nigeria. That's part of the comments I saw online. Fine, go ahead and change the narrative and build a united Nigeria, and not continue to dig deeper those gully or those separation, that things that separate the people. Bring the people together. Now you know better. Yes, you are condemning someone else. Do it differently. I think that's the biggest challenge that we have as people that are living at a time like this.
Yes, and the man Muhammadu Buhari, has gone, yes, but then there are calls now for immortalizing him. We spoke earlier with the Pro-Chancellor and the Chairman of the Governing Council of the Federal University of Transportation, which the former president, while president, then actually established in his hometown of Daura. And then he spoke about making a call for the institution to be named after him. At this time, there will be varying ideas, okay, what exactly can we use to immortalize this, what he has served, really. And there would be some level of support for that, for him to be immortalized. Don't you think, Kuzana?
Yeah, I think so. And I'm not just that I think so, I know so. Because I understand the president that we have now, President Bola Tinubu. He knows how to reward. He knows how to compensate. He knows how to make good whatever that may have gone bad. So I am certain that there will be a proper way to immortalize the former president. His memory will not be washed away. It's not going to be possible. He will be immortalized, but how is what the people in authority will begin to think about and begin to, rub minds on to have the best way to immortalize him. Yes, the university is good, but maybe not just the university, something else that befits the status of a former president.
Yes, indeed. Wait to see, how what government decision would be in that regard. But then, of course, also TVC News, we are monitoring these live proceedings for the state funeral of former President Muhammadu Buhari, whose body, alongside the convoy, is now en route to Daura in Kastina. That's coming from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, where his body was received by President Bola Tinubu. Remember, he died Sunday, 13th of July, 2025, at a clinic in London in the United Kingdom, after which President Bola Tinubu ordered his Vice President, Kashim Shettima, to head to London to bring the body back home. So he led the federal government delegation down there. All right, let's bring you some reactions, how people are reacting to the news of the passing of the former president and what their fondest memories of him are.
President Bola Tinubu has described the former president as a patriot who served Nigeria with unwavering dedication, first as a military leader from January 1984 to August 1985. For former President Goodluck Jonathan, his legacy will continue to endure in the hearts of all who value sacrifice and devotion to national ethos. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo described him as a colleague in the military, a committed soldier, and a leader who served the nation both as an administrator and a statesman.
It's a loss to the nation because at a time like this, we need the totality of the experience and what I may call statesmanship of all those who have had opportunity to run the affairs of this country in the past to get us out of the situation we are in. He will be sorely missed, and may his soul rest in perfect peace.
Former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo says Nigeria has lost a true patriot, a man whose life was marked by an unyielding devotion to the nation he loved. Governors of Gombe, Kastina and Nasarawa also described his death as a huge loss for the nation.
We are condoling everybody, and we wish everyone this is a great loss to our nation, and we also thank all the people of this country and the people from outside the country who have been sending their condolences to the people of Kastina State and indeed the family of the late president.
He was truly a president for the common man, and that's the reason why you will hear that he's always moving around with this number of votes, because of the number of common people we have. And he's one president who had people who truly believe in him, and he was one president who is not shy to tell you the way he feels.
Many described him as one whose legacy will live on and will be remembered for his selfless service to Nigeria.
Buhari's death has dampened the spirits of virtually everyone here. He's an inspirational figure, not only at home here in Daura, but in the nation and the entire continent. He led by example. He was a rare kind of leader, and certainly incorruptible, and the closest friend that the masses of our people would possibly ever have. He's lost and he's gone, so everyone is not happy. Well, there's sadness everywhere. The simplicity of his life is a lesson for everyone.
His name is synonymous to integrity. One may argue if he doesn't know him, but for those of us who interacted with him physically and for several years, there is no doubt that his name is synonymous to integrity, because I lived with him for 25 years. And Almighty God is my witness, I have never doubted that integrity through my interaction with him. And this is indeed very important. And part of his legacy that I always remember is patriotism. He is indeed a Nigerian that is proud of Nigeria, and he treated Nigerians equally.
Has already been institutionalized by God, and the nation cannot write its history without him. Looking at the military era and the civilian era, and the monumental inroads made in multi-party political development in the country, the establishment of TVC and of course the OPC, and the leadership that they are given. And he was privileged to rule for 8 years as a democratically elected president, and to also produce his
a big loss taken into consideration what he has contributed to the development of this nation, right from his early days to the days when he was elected as the president. Indeed, he has played a big role in uniting Nigeria and bringing a lot of developments. But like I said, everyone has his own time. Now is the time our Lord called him back, and we pray Allah will give him Jannah. Those of us behind, we pray we will try to copy the good sides of him, and where he made mistakes to correct it.
Muhammadu Buhari was born on December 17, 1942 in Daura, Kastina State. As a then military head of state, General Buhari's regime launched the war against indiscipline. Why? Promoting order and accountability not only in the public office, but in the day-to-day activities of an average Nigerian, including pupils and students. Many years later, General Buhari made many attempts to return to power as a democratic president, but failed at 3 different times in 2003, 2007, and 2011. His anti-corruption stance began to gain traction among Nigerians. He was tagged as a man of integrity, which earned him a lot of support from both the political elites and prospective voters. In 2015, General Buhari became the first opposition candidate to win the Nigerian presidency. He made history by defeating an incumbent president. Despite 3 initial losses in presidential elections, it consistently secured over 12 million votes in each contest, except against Musa Yar'Adua, also from Kastina State. This reflected an extraordinary mass appeal and grassroots support. As a civilian president, he successfully navigated Nigeria through COVID-19, where Nigeria exited a COVID-induced recession faster than many nations. Former President Buhari modernized the armed forces with the largest investment in 4 decades, reformed the police force, degraded insurgent groups, and improved Nigerians' coastal safety significantly. To his credit, against all odds and pessimism, former President Buhari completed the much-desired Second Niger Bridge in the southeast, pushed the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to a near completion, and the Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano Expressway. The Buhari administration also revived the country's railway system under its rail modernization program. Achievements include the completion of the Lagos-Ibadan standard gauge rail line with an 8.72 kilometers extension to the Lagos Port Complex, the completion and commissioning of the Abuja-Kaduna rail line in 2016, as well as the completion of the Itakpe-Warri standard gauge rail line in 2020, 33 years after construction began. After completing 2 terms, Buhari peacefully handed over to President Bola Tinubu in line with Nigeria's constitutional term limit. Muhammadu Buhari's legacy remains deeply debated. To some, he was a principled disciplinarian and anti-corruption crusader. To others, an authoritarian whose governance fell short of Nigerians' democratic aspirations. Kayode Ladende, TVC News, Lagos.
You're watching TVC News, and we are continuing our coverage of the state funeral of former President Muhammadu Buhari, born in 1942 and died Sunday, 13th of July, 2025, at a clinic in London, the United Kingdom. Following his passing, President Bola Tinubu ordered his Vice President Kashim Shettima to lead the federal government delegation to commiserate with his family in London and to bring the body back home to Nigeria. That has taken place today. His body touched down at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, Kastina, at about 2 p.m. today. And before that, President Bola Tinubu had arrived waiting to receive the body. And before the president himself arrived, his wife and First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, had arrived alongside other dignitaries to support, even as Nigeria mourns and honors its former president, Muhammadu Buhari, who served as former head of state and also as democratically elected president of the country. The convoy bearing the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari is now on its way to Daura, his hometown, where he will be interred. We understand it's a distance of 88 kilometers from Kastina to Daura. That journey is on. Any moment now, the convoy would arrive at the helipad, prayers will be said, and his body will be interred. TVC News is covering this live. We have our correspondent on ground bringing us up to speed on the event. Earlier, there are pictures on television showing President Bola Tinubu at the holding room at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, where he received, for instance, the son of the former president, Yusuf Buhari, alongside other people. It's heavy dignitaries gathered to pay their last respects to the former president. Pictures there, President Bola Tinubu with Yusuf Buhari, the governor of Kastina State, Umar Diko Rada, and other people there. We have in attendance governors, sitting governors, former governors, senators, members of the House of Representatives. It's a large house. Different people who've worked with the former president at different times. These are pictures now from Daura, Kastina State, where the body is being expected. As reported by our senior reporter, Lupia Som, the grave has already been dug. All that is being done now is to await the arrival of the body. Our State House correspondent, Femi Akonde, has also been talking to us about what to expect today as someone who has been part of the president's advance team at different times is reported on events like this. Femi, as we await the arrival of the body at Daura, talk to us about what else or what next we should expect in the state funeral for former President Muhammadu Buhari.
Well, after the military rites, the 21 gun salute and the handing over of the flag to the family of the former president, that ceremony will now be taken over by the family members and close associates who his body will be, there'll be a salat al-janaza at the airport or where the body is expected to be buried. I'm hearing that at the helipad there in Daura, that will be performed before the body will be then laid to rest. But it's going to be a strictly family affair. It's going to be a private time for the family and close associates of the former president. What others will be able to see will just be the dignitaries and the VIPs who have come to commiserate with the people of Kastina State and the family of the former president.
We would shortly be going to Lupia Som now for some more updates from the Daura, where the event would continue. Already he has reported about a large gathering of people. We saw women seated. He also spoke about security, the fact that security is tight because, as many have described, former President Muhammadu Buhari is a man of the people, loved by so many, And these very many people also would very much like to pay their last respects to the former Nigerian leader. Let me come to the studio now. Olamide is here. Uzona is also here. This is a day that, well, we didn't expect this to happen now, but it has happened, and we really just need to give this honor to the former president. We're expecting his body to arrive at the moment now. You know, he will be buried in line with Islamic rites, considering he is a Muslim. Yes, so Olamide, at this point, we're waiting for the body. Earlier, we reported the body is about 56 kilometers away from Daura. It means it's made about 30 kilometers or so journey already. Right. So that's quite fast.
That's quite fast. Like I said earlier, they have a mandate to get there as early as possible. This is about 3:40 p.m. And so in the next, let's expect 20 minutes thereabouts for the body to arrive. Like I said, it's a solemn moment in Nigeria at this point, and Lupe has reported that a lot of persons are waiting to receive the body. I'm also curious to know what's going to be, you know, the schedule of event after the prayer and the body, you know, is put into the grave. Is there going to be a sort of, you know, short event afterwards, perhaps a meeting by the president with the family, a closed-door meeting and all of that? I'm sure probably Femi or Lupe will have more details as to that. But for security, Lupe has reported, of course, that the security is really tight there. And so it's expected that it's not going to be so much, you know, rowdy event as that.
Yeah.
Let's just wait to see what happens there.
Yes, and then, you know, earlier we reported that while the president, Bola Tinubu, was at the holding room, he did meet with Yusuf Buhari, the son of the president. And then we also saw that his wife, the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, was standing so close to the widow of the former president, you know, Aisha Buhari, of course, comforting her, consoling her, you know, and their children, so some of his daughters there. It's a very solemn moment. These are live pictures from Daura. I believe we see a sea of heads, as it were, awaiting the arrival of the body, and the convoy really transporting the body of the former president.
Yeah, it's lots of emotions, you know, playing up there, and anything. We see some people running after a vehicle. We cannot ascertain who is the occupant of the vehicle, but that's the kind of scene one will see, you know, will be rampant in that environment where people, well-wishers and all of that. This is not, I think that this is outside of family compound of the president. So a lot is going on there. We see security vehicles stationed, and quite a lot will be going on there. Remember that this is a man that used to be very popular among these people. So yeah, that appears to be the last picture we saw, appears to be the mosque. So they are getting ready for the body to arrive for the prayer at the mosque. So the body has just arrived in Daura already, and things will move very quickly from now. Everything will move very quickly from now to catch up with time. That's the update we have for you now.
Yes, that's the update. So the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari has just arrived Daura, his hometown, and where he will be interred. Remember, his body is being accompanied by a huge entourage, a huge convoy, of course, led by President Bola Tinubu, who himself received the body on arrival from London, the United Kingdom, where the former president died on Sunday, 13th of July, 2025. We are seeing vehicles driving in. Any moment now, we should see the body being brought forward, and we should have that service, which Lupe Asom reported earlier will be led by the chief imam of the mosque there in Kastina State, in Daura specifically, after which we'll have the party move to the graveside for the interment.
And we see a sea of heads with a convoy which is expected to be that of the president leading the body to where the helipad, of course, will be landing. The president is accompanied by the vice president, accompanied by his wife, Oluremi Tinubu, some governors, and also security forces are also in this entourage. We're expecting this to be a quick event due to the time for the Islamic rite.
Yes, because we understand this has to take place before sunset, so they're doing all possible to get this done before it's sunset. It's a live coverage of the state funeral for former President Muhammadu Buhari, who served as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, first in his capacity as head of state, and then later as democratically elected President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And we see security operatives guiding the convoys to ensure that it is orderly. Any moment from now, the prayers for the repose of his soul is expected to begin.
Indeed.
Does this look like a complete forever?
Live pictures.
I will issue you query.
Live pictures from Daura in Kastina State, where former President Muhammadu Buhari would be buried. We understand the advance party has already arrived in Daura. This is the residence of, these are live pictures from the residence of the former President Muhammadu Buhari in Daura. There you can see people gathered, awaiting the arrival of the body, so the interment can take place. Already we understand that the grave has been dug, and we see some dignitaries gathered there, awaiting the arrival of the body there for interment. Before that, prayers will be held. Remember, this ceremony is being done in line with Islamic rites because former President Muhammadu Buhari was a practicing Muslim. And of course also as former Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, both in capacity as head of state and as democratically elected president. Military honors have been accorded him at the airport. We saw the military parade saluting his service, his commitment to the nation. In Abuja studio, before we get there, we can see some people gathered here. Is that that looks like a former Governor Kaide Fayemi. Okay, I'm not too sure, but when we see those pictures again.
It looks like him. The man in white hat looks like him. Well, they will be coming together.
Okay.
I think some prayer is going on there already.
Yeah, that's a former SGF, Boss Mustafa.
Yes.
Wearing black there. Okay.
Okay. And it seems also like the former governor of the Ekiti State.
The state where Kaide there. All right. That's the River State, the sole administrator in charge of River State. Yes, and he was the chief of the naval staff when Muhammadu Buhari was president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And these are some of the ministers that worked with President Muhammadu Buhari as president of Nigeria back then. They're all seated here at his residence awaiting the arrival of his body. There we have his Minister of Information and Communications then, Lai Mohammed. All gathered to pay their last respects to the leader. I think that looks like Professor Gambari, who became the secretary to the government of the Federation after.
And we see Lai Mohammed right behind him.
Yes.
Quite a lot of them there waiting. You can imagine the kind of thoughts going through their heads and their minds, playing back the conversations and interactions they had with him, during that period when he was the president, particularly for the Boss Mustafa, who was the secretary to the government of the Federation at that time.
Yes, and those on security operatives there are there, waiting for the convoy. We understand the convoy is actually still on its way. The advance party has arrived, but the security convoy here waiting patiently to receive the convoy and to ensure that activities are orderly. In Abuja studio, we have the head of the Abuja Bureau, Ayodele Ozugbakon. And we also have State House correspondent Femi Akonde. Gentlemen, let me begin with you, Ayo. You have covered politics over time. You reported a lot on the Muhammadu Buhari presidency. Talk to us about what is happening now and how the world is reacting to his passing.
Okay. Let me take you from the Yaradua Airport to Dara is about 145 kilometers. So if they are leaving the airport now, departing the airport, and this is Dara, so it's expected that in the next 50 or 60 minutes max, because they have very good roads, 50 or 60 minutes, they're going to get to the burial ground, this home, and this place. I told somebody yesterday that this bungalow, I've been in this bungalow several times. The road into it will be cordoned off by now, and the road at the back will be cordoned off. So I think before you get to this particular residence, you see people from that Emirates they call Kofa Barrow. That Kofa Barrow is where the general, the late president was actually born. Is just like 2 kilometers away from where he built his own personal house. That's his ancestral home. So from Kofa Barrow, a lot of people will be moving down to this Dara, and I don't think that street can actually accommodate. The compound cannot accommodate the VIP that will be coming in there. So I think there's an overflow, an express road out of this place that people will be staying. That compound is not up to 2 plots of land. It's not up to 2 plots of land, that particular compound in Daura. So I'm sure if the graveyard is there, if the graveside is there, they're going to make sure that they are going to screen people to make sure that the people that are, if the president is there, they're going to evacuate the place right now as the president arrival, before the arrival of the president, to make sure that it's strictly people that, family, friends, depending on what the family wants, the kind of burial they want to give to him. I'm sure that it's going to be strictly for the invited people or dignitaries.
Yes, indeed.
the people that we allowed
it's standard protocol. Yes. Once the president and commander-in-chief is expected at a particular place, the whole place will be first screened, and that would happen, or that even should have happened.
Yes,
and
this is the main express road now.
Yes,
this is not the streets.
That's why
that street will be cordoned off.
That's why we're seeing this large number of people outside, because a lot of them would also want to be inside. And
it's not possible inside that compound.
Yes, indeed.
That people will be in that compound.
Lupe also reported earlier, the grave had been dug in the compound. That's where his body will be laid to rest. So we expect only, if not even all ministers, especially former ministers, not all of them will be granted access. It might just be,
it's going to be very strict. Since the president is going to be there.
Yes, close family members, some governors, and those VIPs. We hear about 4 presidents are also attending that funeral. There's the Prime Minister of Niger Republic and some top delegations from
these clerics are going to,
especially Issa Ali Pantami, who was President Buhari's Professor Pantami, who was President Buhari's Minister of Communications and Digital Economy. He has a very cordial relationship with President Muhammadu Buhari. Some people also say, he was one of those, clerics or spiritual allies of the former president. He's a deeply spiritual person. We see him going to President Buhari's house. And we had unfettered access to the former president, and also...
and I gather that the Sultan of Sokoto is on ground.
Yes, indeed.
If Sultan of Sokoto is on ground, those are the
we've also seen the Emir of Kano. Well, you would want to ask which of the emirs now, but we've seen the emir of Kano, Alhaji Ado Bayero. Yes, I've seen Ado Bayero there. Lupe spoke with him earlier. I know top traditional rulers and, of course, Islamic leaders will be there in Daura. We don't know exactly what time this body will arrive, but from what we gathered from our cameraman Razak, the body is already proceeding, and in less than 30 minutes is expected to arrive there in Daura at the helipad. That's where the prayers will be done. President Bola Tinubu would have arrived earlier, because I don't think he went by road. So he would have arrived earlier.
Yes, when President Muhammadu Buhari became the president, so an helipad from Musa Yaradua airport, an helipad is very close to the president's house that they can deploy there. I think the president is going to use that helipad. It can take minimum, I don't think it can take just helicopters. 2-3 helicopters is not possible for
it's a very small
facility. And if you want to look at it as a matter of fact, the kind of people that will be attending these events,
gentlemen,
I'm looking at Kastina State in terms of hotel.
All right, gentlemen.
What's up?
Yes, Ayo and Femi. I wanted to really speak with Ayo. You covered the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, during the elections in 2015 and, those months leading up to the election. Talk to us about the experience back then.
In 2015, when I went to this particular house, I met with Malam Garbashew, with my cameraman, and I met with the president. I had an interview with the president. But as of that 2015, that was the presidential election, was the governorship election was the first election that was held. And by that time, it was, as a former general, it was just like 2-3 military men that we had on ground during the governorship election in 2015. If you remember the sequence and timetable of our election, the governorship and State House of Assembly election we hold first, and 2 weeks after the presidential election was held. So something happened 2 weeks after I left. So by the time we returned 2 weeks after, And no, the presidential election held first. So by the time we returned 2 weeks after, it was an elected president-elect. So by that time, they changed its security retinue. They didn't allow us to, they screened us properly before we could have access into his Daura home. And Daura is just a small town. It used to be a very small town that you hardly have hotels to stay. But during the 8 years of the presidency of Muhammadu Buhari, that's the time that particular town, attracted a university and a lot of institutions and a lot of federal presence in Daura town. So I'm sure the people of Daura, they will forever be grateful to have Muhammadu Buhari as the president because of the transformation from 2015 to 2023, the kind of phenomenal transformation that happened in Daura. Don't forget that they shared the same border with the Niger Republic, and yes. So there was meant to be a standard gauge, a railway that will go through there to Maradi. To Maradi in the Niger Republic. So people of Kastina State, they are very, very grateful that for the second time after they lost late Umaru Yar'Adua, and they have another person from that Kastina State, the same state, for producing the president. It's so unfortunate that we have to lose this great patriot. We lost Yar'Adua barely, before he exhausted his first tenure. And Buhari, it is 2 years after he served as the president. These are very, very great men that it will be written in the history of Nigeria anytime that they came, they saw, and they conquered. Muhammadu Buhari, very, very popular man, and he was arguably one of the most popular politicians, alive, as in during his lifetime, before he died 2 years on Sunday. That is kind of cult followers. I remember during that election, the campaign anywhere. There was a particular time we went to Borno State. They didn't even allow us. We couldn't land the helicopter could not. The plane could not land because if you see the number of people that they want to just behold the president, it was very, very difficult landing. People ran into the wrong way. It was very difficult. During the 2015 election, his popularity was all-time high as at that time, and is the kind of political awareness in this particular Kastina State. These polling units, our Obivan got to the polling unit around 4 a.m. We set up, and by the time they started counting the vote, don't forget, we didn't have beavers that time. So by the time they started counting, it ran to like 7 p.m. People were coming with their motorbikes, people were coming with their vehicles, and the full light of their vehicles represented how, the back gave us like a backup light for the Buhari's polling unit. So the kind of level of political awareness, people stood under the sun, and when it was afternoon, people started bringing food to offer us food. Journalists that said, please, take something, very hospitable people, and I'm sure they are going to be in a very, very sober and bad mood right now. I'm sure that the Almighty God will grant the people of Kastina State the fortitude to bear this irreparable loss. Femi.
Indeed, it's...
yes, gentlemen, that is the prayer really at this time, that God would, comfort the residents of Daura. We understand that the convoy is very close to Daura now. It's about 15 minutes away from Daura. They're speeding things up so that, this can be done in good time. Remember that convoy would arrive at the helipad, prayers will be said, and then the body will be interred at the grave which has already been dug at the Muhammadu Buhari residence there in Daura. We'll get back to you, gentlemen, but very quickly here in the studio, Ayo has just spoken greatly about his interaction with the former president during the 2015 elections and spoke about his love, by his people, and spoke about the transformation that he brought now to Daura, a relatively small village. So things are really okay. All right, so this is the convoy heading to Daura. Convoy heading to Daura from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua airport. Yes, and the corpse is there also. The body of former President Muhammadu Buhari is there also. In about 15 minutes, they would arrive Daura. live pictures we're showing you there. All right, now Uzonna, so Dara is obviously today wearing a new look. Security is watertight. It is the who is who that will be allowed to actually, access the compound where he would be interred. So many people around, those who walked with him in the past, those who've heard about him, those who live in the community. It's a tight one and a solemn moment in Dara today.
Definitely, it's a very sober moment for the people of Dara and by extension, the entire country, to watch and see a former president for 8 years being interred today. So that's a sober moment. As a matter of fact, the live pictures we saw a while ago, which we still have, we saw a while ago where the convoy was moving. I noticed that there was a helicopter flying, on the other side of the road. That would just be my imagination, perhaps guiding and protecting and ensuring that the bushes, even the bushes, are safe. They're not just minding the road. They're also taking care of the bushes to be sure that everywhere is safe and there won't be any funny incidents today. Any moment from now, as a matter of fact, the time is counting down. The body will be interred, and that will be the end of this era, and a new era most likely will begin for the people of Kastina State, for Nigerians and for politicians in general, to see how the big shoes being left by that man that people had said. I hear one of the, I think it was the governor of Nasarawa State who said that he moves around with 12 million votes. That is the former president moves around with 12 million votes. If we, picture that, we would like to see who takes over that shoe. But all of that will be in coming days and weeks and months in controlling that 12 million votes, as a matter of fact. And then we'll see how Nigeria recovers out of this. We'll be looking out also to hear what the president, the incumbent president, will say as a way of immortalizing the past president. All right, Uzonna. Let's turn back to Abuja. Where Ayo and Femi are standing by. A while ago, we showed live pictures from Dara showing some of the ministers who worked with the former president Muhammadu Buhari. Talking about style of leadership, how they operated. Femi, if you would just quickly say something about that.
Well, that's one of the things a lot of people have used to criticize former President Muhammadu Buhari, the men that worked with him. A lot of people say he is a good man, he did his best in his capacity, but, they put the blame largely on the people that worked with him, his lieutenants. They were not able to deliver the goods. President Muhammadu Buhari came to power, with that popular vote in 2015. He campaigned on the mantra of change. A lot of people expected change. The hopes and aspirations of Nigerians were, lifted with his assumption of office. But, along the line, things started to look uncertain and unclear, especially with the health challenge former President Muhammadu Buhari had to face. That took him out of the scene for a while, and it was also a huge distraction to governance in the country. The ministers at that point, a lot of people will say, did not live up to expectation. It's just a few of them, a handful of them that we can point to that really stood out to be counted in terms of the execution and implementation of our government policies. We know what happened in the Ministry of Aviation. We never had the Air Nigeria as was promised. That became like a mirage. We saw what happened in other sectors of the economy where we had ministers supervising or superintending over these sectors. There were a lot of issues that even at some point people started to say that it appears as if President Muhammadu Buhari was not even aware of a lot of things, a lot of goings on in his administration. A lot of these ministers or lieutenants, appeared to be running with little or no supervision from the presidency. And a lot of these, started to happen, especially when President Muhammadu Buhari then lost his chief of staff, Abba Kyari, who was like a strong pillar in the presidency. He was able to, galvanize these ministers, supervise and coordinate them. But sadly, he lost the battle to COVID-19 in 2020, and then Professor Gambari was appointed as chief of staff. These are some defining moments in President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, and a lot of people are divided about their assessment of his administration, and they will put the blame largely on the desk of his ministers and his lieutenants that were saddled with that task of executing government policies. Olamide.
Right. Let's take this question to Ayo. Former President Muhammadu Buhari was one who was regarded as a very disciplined man, exemplary lifestyle and all of that. From the scenes you're seeing today from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua airport in Kastina State, who are some of those people who you think may likely replace him in terms of ideology and, of course, the 12 million votes that he was so proud about?
Tricky question. Don't forget, let me take it from where Femi stopped. Don't forget, a lot of people, their expectations was that for some of us that were old enough in 1984, 83, 84, during the first administration of Muhammadu Buhari and Tunde Idiagbon, that is when we had the war against indiscipline. I remember my memories in Yaba bus stop, where you have a big bus stop in Yaba, and you have all these commercial buses, and you find those commercial buses queuing accordingly, and people that want to board the commercial buses must queue. If you remember, any Nigeria between 84, 85, at any given bus stop, you will see military presence, and you must queue in an orderly manner before you enter board any commercial bus. As at that time, they called the Brigade Y, War Against Indiscipline. So the firmness, the doggedness in the kind of military grip that he had over Nigeria as at that time, some people expected it that when he became that as transforming to be a civilian president, that he is going to bring the firmness and everything, but forgetting that, look, the Buhari in his 30s, in his early 40s, those days that he was on top of everything, and with the capable hand of General Tunde Idiagbon at that time, and Nigeria as at that time went up to 200 million people. But the Nigeria he inherited in 2015 was quite different from the Nigeria he ruled over as a military administrator in 1984. So as much as possible, he had that zeal, he had that integrity, he had that credibility, but he didn't have capacity. That capacity was lacking. And age was, he wasn't somebody that, as at that time, he still had the ideology, he still had everything that, made him Muhammadu Buhari at that time, but to the credibility, people followed him, but the problem there is that, there's nothing he can do. He wasn't as passionate and as agile as the way he was in 1984. So that was the first mistake that happened. And Nigerians, they rode on that honesty, integrity, that mantra, anti-corruption mantra. It was like a lone voice in the wilderness shouting his cause against war on corruption. That is either we kill corruption or corruption will kill us. But unfortunately, the people that he had around him, they never believe, or not everybody believed in that crusade, that is either corruption kills Nigeria or Nigeria will kill corruption. So the war against corruption wasn't, a maximum fight. That wasn't the gospel that he succeeded in cascading around his cabinet. So a lot of people will blame that failure, that look, he had some people around him that they didn't allow his ideology, what he stood for, to actually reflect in that administration. So most of the failings of that administration, when you want to look at it, people will say, look, it was because of the lack of the capacity for Buhari to supervise. He wasn't a hands-on person that he could actually monitor and supervise everything that was happening in his administration. You had interagency rivalry between the EFCC and the DSS, and sometimes you even do have somebody that the box stops on the table. But the style of President Buhari, most of the time, if the thing was going wrong, you expect the president to talk. The president wasn't talking. He had his own unique style, and he wasn't a man of many words. And the few moments we spent with him, we discovered that it's somebody that, look, I'm sure that if Buhari came back to this world, if he comes back to this world, and he could be taken as a very good comedian. We've had to see him most of the time. At any point in time, when you think that things, difficult things, when you see his countenance, but if you move closer to him and have a discussion with him, you discover that President Buhari is somebody that is very, very funny and humorous. What's that?
No, indeed, people talk about his humorous side. They talk about the fact that he can make a joke out of just about any situation. I think most people who are close to him have said that, and that was somewhat an irony for someone who was considered to be really strong, and strong-hearted, especially as a military man. The thought we have about military personnel, that they are hard and strong, and sometimes it's as though there is even no feeling at all. But he seemed to really not be in that box, as it were. So any moment now, we expect his body to arrive in Daura, and then would have the interment take place. Oh, they are there now in Daura. Here we have the convoy. Live pictures from Daura. The convoy, yes, has arrived in Daura there, where the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would be interred at his residence in Daura. We see a large crowd gathered. This might just be the only opportunity they have to pay their final respects to the former leader, because just like Ayo and Femi have mentioned, the compound where he stays isn't even large enough to accommodate everybody. Oh yeah, and there we see people waving as the convoy moves. All right, we're not sure who is in this vehicle, but then we can see the seal of the armed forces now. But very shortly, we'll begin to see members of the entourage alight from the vehicles, and then the ceremony will proceed. But this is a huge crowd gathered.
Even if we are not sure of anything, we are certain that the town of Daura would be going through lots of experiences at a time like this. The crowd on the streets. Just a while ago, we saw sea of heads and people waving. We may not be sure who they are waving at, but it's obvious that they are out there to bid farewell to one of their own, and some dignitaries and some personalities that may have come from outside of the state will not be able to access, or gain entrance into the compound, as our people had told us who had been to that compound. Ayo was very specific to say that the space there will not be more than 2 plots of land, and we can imagine where all of these people from across the country had come. It would be very difficult to imagine how many people the compound can accommodate. So the streets of the town will be quite busy, where the people will be just to catch a glimpse of, even if it's just the vehicle that carried the remains of the former president. That will be enough for a lot of people, and they will go home happy and proud that at the end of the day they were able to see the vehicle. If they are lucky to see the wrapped body, that will be an additional thing of joy. But we know that things are gearing up to get to the end, to the climax, for the body to be committed to Mother Earth. This is a convoy, obviously, and entourage, a lot of people walking in from one direction to another. Okay, we just saw something that looked like the ambulance, the military ambulance. Yes, obviously that's what it is. The military ambulance that took the body from the airport has arrived. And what next? We think it might be the prayer, that they will go for the prayer, and after the prayer, then the body will be committed to Mother Earth, and that will be it. A journey that began Sunday evening when the death of the former president was announced in a clinic in London. And though it was the burial was expected to have taken place on Monday, but it was later shifted. President Bola Tinubu had directed the Vice President Kastina to head straight to London to coordinate every activity of bringing back the body of the former president. Right there in London, the governor of Borno State, the chief of staff to the president, all joined in ensuring that the process was carried out smoothly. While also in London, we see the vice president right here in the live pictures that we have. But while he was in London, he also visited the former head of state, General Abdul Salam, who was hospitalized before now in London and was discharged later. These are, okay, the chief of staff to the president we see now, and Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, and several other people moving now, maybe for the prayer to be held, and then we see what happens next, where the body will be committed to Mother Earth.
We also have former Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who served alongside the former President Muhammadu Buhari there, alongside other dignitaries gathered to pay their last respects to the former president. The former president of Niger Republic is also there. There he is with the red hat. We also have the governor of Borno State, Babagana Zulum. That is the governor of Kastina State, Umar Diko Rada. And they're standing there by the ambulance. We think they are trying to get directives as to how to proceed now for the prayer. There is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, alongside other dignitaries. Our reporters mentioned earlier that tens, hundreds of dignitaries are gathered there. Talk about some governors, 7 governors, former governors, senators, members of the House of Representatives. And let's pause now to listen to some sound from there. But there we see the body being wheeled, right?
Ready to be wheeled.
Waiting to be wheeled, yes. We're minutes away from the committal of former President Muhammadu Buhari, who lived a life of service and spent over a decade serving fatherland, first in his capacity as head of state, and then later as democratically elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that will bring to an end this glorious career spanning more than a decade.
Allah Devia.
When close family will have time to pay their last respect before the interment will take place. Perhaps that's what's about to start or what is going on now. We didn't see much of ladies in black before now. Okay, we see them more now again. And that suggests that it's something close to deep emotion taking over this period. Some personal prayers being offered, and lots of thoughts. You can only imagine what's going through their minds at a time like this. Someone they have lived with all their lives, called father, called uncle, called brother, now getting close to the time that they wouldn't see him anymore. Quite an emotional moment for them.
A very emotional moment indeed, it is. Prayers would any moment now be offered for the former president. We see, just like Uzonna mentioned, some people there already filing to pray and to pay their last respects, after which his body would be committed to Mother Earth. We see mourners taking turns around the ambulance to pay their last respects. The former president, Muhammadu Buhari, retired as a major general, and today we have seen a show of honor coming from military personnel of that rank and above in the army and in the associated ranks in the Navy and the Air Force, honoring his legacy. And it's good to note that while he became head of state, he did not promote himself, going on to retire as a major general. Any moment now, the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari would be interred at his former resting place. Live pictures there of Vice President Kashim Shettima and other persons who have gathered to mourn the passing of the former president. Okay. That's a former minister, Olonimbe Mamora. It's a very solemn moment. You see mourners being consoled. We also see military personnel taking the charge to ensure that events go seamlessly.
The solemn moment, Bose, like you said, you see people trying to take turns looking into the ambulance, people who expect family and friends, trying to pay their last respect to one person that they have respected and honored all through their life.
So one can say that in death, just as in life, Muhammadu Buhari enjoyed
12 million votes.
12 million votes. if it were possible,
I never saw it that way.
The 12 million would even be gathered here.
A lot of people will not get as close as 500 meters to the compound, considering the crowd and the volume of traffic, vehicles that are here. A lot of people may never get as close as 500 meters to the compound, but as far as they are concerned, they will leave satisfied that they were part of this moment to bid farewell to a president that Nigerians will live to talk about forever. So that's what the moment signifies for a lot of the people. You can imagine where, look at the people that we see inside the premises. Most of the former governors, most of the former ministers, you can't find them because the space is limited. And then imagine all the people, all the political supporters of the president, the former AMPP supporters, the former CPC supporters, and even the APC people that are in APC because of him. Imagine where they are all gathered. So the stretch is even beyond what we can see. So that's what it means to be a popular person amongst the people.
It's quite popular. It seems a lot of persons they just want to pay their last respect, irrespective of the distance. You see some waving at the convoy, if that's how close they can get.
Indeed. And it's a state funeral. So this is a mark of honor from Nigeria as a nation. President Bola Tinubu has made it a point of duty. He made it a point of duty to personally receive the body and to lead the nation in this day of mourning. It's a 7th day of mourning that have been declared from Sunday, where the death was announced of the former president. That would run from Sunday through Saturday. And we know that all national flags are to fly at half-mast. And as a matter of fact, today has been declared a public holiday. Perhaps also that contributed towards having these many people out there who have the opportunity to step out and pay their final respects.
These pictures on the screen quite indicate that former President Muhammadu Buhari was revered, not just as the former president or an indigene of that community, but as someone who had values that he stood for and was quite consistent during his time as head of state, and also coming back as a democratically elected leader. One thing that you see that was constant through his leadership or administration was that it was quite unshaken about the things that he stood for, things like anti-corruption, ensuring that there were no things like indiscipline. And so quite a solemn moment in Daura today. It's been a while since we've seen a large crowd of mourners gathered to bid someone farewell. A large crowd as much as this, especially a community like Daura that wasn't exactly as prominent before this time.
Some of the things that Ayo said when he came up, the man who covered President Buhari's election in 2015, likely 2019 also. Part of the things he said was, highlighted the fact that this was a man who was down to earth. He was already the presidential candidate of his party, number one. He was a retired general, major general in the army. He was a former head of state, military head of state. But Ayo said that when they got to his compound before that election period, they just saw just about two soldiers in the house of a major general, in the house of a former head of state. Balance it with what we have today, when a local government chairman will have up to 10 mobile policemen guarding him. A local government chairman. I don't want to talk about governors and the rest, but in his case, it was a different scenario entirely, still highlighting his humility and feeling comfortable amongst his people, because it's only someone who is worried and scared that would be covering and shielding himself from his people.
All right, Uzonna, let's speak to Lupe Asom, a reporter who is standing by at the Daura residence. He's actually in the Daura residence of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Lupe, talk to us about what is happening there. We can't establish contact with Lupe at the moment, but we'll get back to him for live reports and coverage from the residence where the former president would actually be interred.
Okay, yes. You can imagine what will be going on in there. So if you cannot establish contact, it's understandable, because there will be lots of pushing and shoving.
All right, Uzonna, I understand we should just try to see if we can get that connection. Now, Lupe, if you can hear me, I'm asking about what is going on there within other residents. And there's also the possibility of network being down because of the dignitaries
that are there now.
That are there now. Okay, Lupe, it does appear you're muted. If you could unmute your device and tell us what is happening there as we await the interment of the former president. All right, it must be a very busy scene in there.
You can just imagine it. Security operatives will have their hands full, putting everybody in check, where not to cross, where to stand, where not to stand, and all of that. That may even contribute to slight delays here and there, because until things are properly put in place, there may not be space to even move the body, to where the actual interment will take place. So it may cause a bit of delay, and we understand all of that, and we know that the quality of personnel we have will have plotted everything, and then continue to manage it as it occurs and expands. So we are still monitoring that. And if you see the live pictures we have on the screen there, some vehicles have been on one spot for minutes.
Yes.
They've been on one spot for minutes, which suggests, and we cannot see the end of that stretch of vehicles. Okay, they're just making slow movement now. We cannot see the end of that stretch of vehicles, which would only confirm that this is a jammed town. Everyone appeared to be there. People are from different corners, different parts of the country, and even beyond. We know that. Okay, so over to you, Apostle, please.
All right, so let's now go to Abuja, where Ayodele Ozubakun and Femi Akonde are standing by. We can see, I'm sure that you can also see the pictures from there. Of course, the body is already in Daura. Yes. Any moment now, the body will be interred. Talk to us about what you make of what is happening and what you can see. Ayo.
To talk about the man, the late Muhammadu Buhari himself, this gathering will tell you this is just the main express road that leads to his house. that this is not just this particular picture you're seeing is the overflow. But I can tell you that I've been to some governor's house, I've been to some senator's house. They can accommodate as much as, they have like a whole street to themselves, and normal buildings, adjoining buildings. They even have the luxury of having mosques, churches right inside their compound, and they can accommodate as much as 100,000, 200,000. I've been to politicians' house that they have like a crusade ground, baseball court and everything that can conveniently accommodate people. So this is the major express road that leads into Daura. That's the number of people they can accommodate. And when you look at the inside the compound, just strictly for the top government functionaries, the family members, and I'm sure what you're going to do, the rigor you're going to face in accessing the main building is going to be very, very.
And then we turn attention to Lupe.
The screening. So the street has been cordoned off.
Ayo, allow me to put you on hold for a moment. We really need to bring in Lupe now for live pictures and live analysis coming from the Daura residence of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Lupe, over to you.
Well, good evening, Abosede. Well, it's a somber mood here in his house a moment ago. The hearse, that's the ambulance bearing his body, was brought in here into his house before they proceeded to the helipad where prayers will be conducted. We saw his family members highlight from the vehicle, all clad in black, mourning clothes. They were all weeping. Some of the ladies were sobbing. We saw people who are his family members, his daughters, his grandchildren, all in tears. Some of them were just going to the ambulance to at least just peep and see if they could catch a last glimpse, even if it is of maybe the casket or whatever it is that is bearing the body of the former vice president. If you see the mammoth crowd outside, it's indicative of the fact that the president was loved, and people have just come to see. A lot of them were shouting why the ambulance bearing his body drove into this house. A moment ago, a lot of them, so most of the dignitaries who were on ground, the National Security Advisor is also on ground, the Vice President is on ground, the former Vice President is on ground. Most of the dignitaries that are expected to be here in Daura are already on ground, and they just left his house now to the helipad where the prayers will be conducted, and then his body will now be brought back here to his house in Daura where it will be buried just at that garden. So that's the situation in the house now. The dignitaries who are on ground have moved to the prayer ground, and they will be coming back shortly. Governors are around, serving and former governors are around, ministers, former ministers are on ground, service chiefs, all of them are on ground. Security is watertight from the villa, from everywhere. Security is here to ensure that the whole place is safe and that the former president is given a befitting burial.
From the live pictures that we see on the screen, it seems like a bit of hassle trying to get into the residence. Give us a feel as to how outside the residence of the former president feels like now.
I must tell you, there's a mammoth crowd outside. A lot of them followed the dignitaries to the helipad where the prayers are going to be conducted. But I must tell you, the security operatives were almost overwhelmed. It's indicative of the fact that the former president was loved. We're talking about Daura. This is Daura, his hometown. The president recalled that when he just returned after serving for 8 years, a mammoth crowd gathered together to welcome him. A Durbar was organized, such that has never been seen before in Daura, to welcome back this president who served Nigeria for 8 years. So you could just imagine what is happening outside. The mammoth crowd is outside. A lot of them are crying. Those who were just trying to just keep and at least see the ambulance bearing the body of the former president. A lot of people are outside. Of course, they've not been given entrance into the compound because, just as we know, the compound is not big enough to accommodate all those who would like to come in to pay respects to the former president. But I must tell you that there's a mammoth crowd outside.
A large crowd indeed. And behind you there, within the premises, we see people gathered. Of course, they should all there be waiting for the arrival of the body for interment, committal to Mother
Earth. We could see former governors. We see Governor Fayemi of Ekiti State. He's also there. And we see other ministers who served during the tenure of the president. We could also see the sole administrator of Rivers State. the former chief of naval staff, who served for 5 years, one of the longest chiefs of naval staff the country has ever had. He served for 5 years, and he's also here. We also saw General Yusuf Buratai, the chief of army staff. He also served for 5 years under this the former president Muhammadu Buhari. We also saw Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar, the former chief of air staff. They are all on ground to pay their respects to this president who gave so much to this country.
The list of dignitaries is actually endless, because we even have leaders of other countries, or the African countries, who have all gathered to bid farewell to the former Nigerian leader. Lupe, we'll be back with you for more, from Daura there, the residence of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. But very quickly, let's turn our attention back to Abuja. Earlier, you were talking about the fact that Muhammadu Buhari was a towering figure who enjoyed the love and support of the people, and now Daura is standing still in mourning. We can say mourning, yes, but also talking about, what he stood for as a son of the soil. If you would take it from there, Ayo.
Yes, Ambassador, the town Daura, at least in the next 1 week, the kind of security that is going to be deployed, and don't forget that before now, Kastina, that state has been having its fair share of banditry. But I can tell you now, nobody there goes close to anywhere near Kastina City or Daura right now. The level of security that will be deployed, the strength of the Federal Republic of Nigeria would have been deployed in Kastina State right now. So I don't think anybody will ever think of fomenting problem. The only problem I see, Daura, the number of hotels, a lot of people might not be able to sleep still pass the night in Daura today, and we have to go back to Kastina City, because Daura is just a very fast developing, will I call it city, semi-city, suburban city. So it's something that, because of the advent of Muhammadu Buhari as the president right now, has brought a lot of glory, has brought a lot of attraction to Daura, and the people today, I'm sure that they are going to know that, look, it's going to take how many years again for them to have a man like Muhammadu Buhari across the length and breadth of that city today. Is going to be something that they are going to spend some days, even morning after departure of this crowd today. So it's not going to be an easy time, and reality is they're going to be faced with reality immediately. The former president is interred proper and interred today, and a lot of people will now face that reality that they might not see the one they call Megaskia, that the truthful one. Because after he even left the presidency, most of the time we want to take a stroll. We've seen pictures on social media. He will just come out, and people will be calling him Baba, Baba, Baba. We'll still be waving and still talking about the kind of popularity, the kind of man he was, and so unfortunate that they might not see the one they call Megaskia again, possibly.
All right, Femi. We understand that the president called for a special Federal Executive Council meeting in honor of the former president, which was later postponed. Talk to us about when a possible date will be announced, and what we should be expecting.
Well, we do not know the format that special Executive Council meeting will take. We know it has been postponed now to allow for the funeral to take place and all other activities, related with the funeral. But we believe that it's going to be special because some ministers that served in former President Muhammadu Buhari's cabinet may also be allowed into that special Executive Council meeting. It's going to be like a valedictory event where, goodwill messages will be delivered. Everyone would speak about, their experience working with the former President Muhammadu Buhari, especially when he was presiding as chairman of the Federal Executive Council. We do not know if but we believe that some members of his family will also represent the family in that special FEC meeting. But of course, we do not know if his wife, Aisha Buhari, will be there because she may still be mourning and would not want to begin to attend public events yet. We also do not know if that will be deferred till after the whole mourning period, so that it will be a bit more elaborate, of course, to honor a man who has also served the country for many years, first as a military president and later as a democratically elected president. The format is not clear, but that's for the executive arm of government and, of course, the secretary to the government of the federation, George Akume, to coordinate, how that whole activity will be at the end of the day. But we expect it to be, quite significant, honoring the memory of former President Muhammadu Buhari, and to also be President Bola Tinubu's way of indeed showing respect to a man, his predecessor, a man he worked closely with to unseat the opposition in 2015, and a man he also campaigned for in 2019 that went ahead to win that election, and a man that also supported him in 2023, which he eventually won the election, and continued to support him until former President Muhammadu Buhari fell ill. President Tinubu still again had to dispatch the vice president to go check on him and inquire about his welfare. And well, sadly, the former president, died at the London hospital, and then his corpse, his body has now been brought back, and the interment is about to happen. But we believe that beyond the interment, there will still be activities to honor former President Muhammadu Buhari, both by President Bola Tinubu and by other relevant authorities. Olamide.
All right, Femi. Let's bring in Ayo here. Earlier, we were talking about the need to immortalize the man, Muhammadu Buhari, and we spoke earlier with the
What's that?
prayers are now being offered for the repose of the soul of former President Muhammadu Buhari. After this, the interment would take place.
hearing sounds of the ambulance, which is making its way into the house of the former President Muhammadu Buhari. The service chiefs are on parade. Other senior military officers as well are also on parade. So at this moment, we are waiting for the ambulance to make its way into the house. We can see governors arrive, Babagana Zulum of Borno State. We can see senators also arrive who are just coming back from the helipad where they went to pray for the repose of the soul of the president according to Islamic rites. So these are live pictures. A couple of them are now making their way into the garden designated to the garden where his body will be committed to the earth. Sympathizers are trooping in to his house, hoping to catch a glimpse of what will be the last for them of maybe the body of the former president. The press have been restricted to this area to ensure there is law and order. The ambulance is now making its way into the house of the former president. It will be led President Bola Tinubu will be leading the delegation of mourners who will be coming in to also witness the interment of the body of the former president. We can see the governor of Kastina State making his way in. We can also see the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, who is also trying to catch a glimpse of what is happening here. Security is very tight, and the military personnel are right here to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order. We can see the former Vice President, Yemi Oshibanjo, making his way into that arena. Military personnel have been asked to send out anyone who is trying to be unruly. That's to give you a sense of how tight the security is. Now, we can see President Tinubu approaching this arena He's in the black SUV over there, and his security details are trying to ensure that the road is clear for the president. You can see them trying to ensure that the space is cleared. So at this moment, we can confirm to our viewers that the president you can hear the announcement that only His Excellency the President. Now, the President is now moving into the graveyard where the President, the former President, Muhammadu Buhari, will be interred.
That is going to take place here.
We are moments away from the interment of former President Muhammadu Buhari, who died on Sunday at the age of 82. President Bola Tinubu led mourners to his graveside where the ceremony is taking place. TVC News is live at the graveside and we'll be bringing you live pictures just like we have on screen now from the location. We can see that President Bola Tinubu is seated in pictures we showed a while ago. President Tinubu is seated there, and beside him, his Vice President Kashim Shettima, who was dispatched to London to commiserate with the family and bring the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari back home. We also have the former Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who served alongside former President Muhammadu Buhari in his capacity as deputy. Governor Hope Uzodimma, alongside other 7 governors, some former governors, are also there. Live pictures there at the graveside. Here are live pictures from the graveside. It's just a matter of moments before the committal process begins. Former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo in conversation with Governor Hope Uzodimma of Imo State. And there we have the Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Jibrin, who's also there interacting with Governor Hope Uzodimma. Beside him, there we see the Chief of Staff to President Bola Tinubu, Femi Gbadabiamila. We'll see the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu. That looks like the Minister of Information, Muhammad Idris. They're all gathered to bid former President Muhammadu Buhari farewell. He would be committed to Mother Earth any moment now. Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbadabiamila, in conversation with both the President and Vice President, perhaps trying to get clarification on some matters before the committal process would begin. Speaker of the House of Representatives is sitting on the left of the President there, is Abbas Tajuddin, all seated, waiting patiently. And behind the President standing there is son of the President, Sheyi Tinubu. The Governor of Kano State, Abba Yusuf, is also in attendance. It's good to see that even in death, Muhammadu Buhari is a unifying force, bringing together people from different political divides, people of different faith, gathering in solemn reverence for the man who has had the opportunity to lead Nigeria in different capacities. First as military president, and then later as democratically elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Live pictures from Daura in Kastina State, where former President Muhammadu Buhari would be interred any moment now. TVC News is live at the graveside, bringing you pictures, moment by moment, of events taking place there. Pictures there of President Bola Tinubu, who is leading the nation in mourning the man, Muhammadu Buhari, his predecessor as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. All is set. You can see a close-up picture there of the grave. Remember, former President Muhammadu Buhari was a Muslim, and he's been buried today in line with Islamic rites. He died on Sunday at a London clinic at the age of 82. After which President Bola Tinubu ordered his Vice President Kashim Shettima to lead the federal government delegation to both commiserate with his family in London and to accompany the body back home to Nigeria. Security is watertight in and around the residence of the former President Muhammadu Buhari, as military personnel alongside sister security agencies work together to ensure a smooth process for this state funeral of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Any moment now, his body would be committed to Mother Earth. TVC News is live at the Daura residence of the former president to bring you live coverage of the committal process, which begins any moment now. Just before now, prayers were offered for the repose of the soul of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. Before that, we saw family members gathered around the ambulance conveying his body to both pray and pay their last respects. It was an 88-kilometer journey from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, where the Nigerian Air Force aircraft conveying his body touched down at about 2 p.m. West African time. President Bola Tinubu personally received the body, and then the onward journey began to Daura in Kastina State, where his body would be interred.
The simplicity of this whole process is what will rekindle the thoughts of the vanity of life in itself. For a man who was the military head of state of a large country like Nigeria, controlled several things, resources, natural and human, and then later came back to be a democratically elected president for 8 years with so much power. At a time like this, all he has is a very small portion of land and a very, without any fanfare, without any decoration, without anything that would seem, to suggest that this was a man of affluence. So those of us that are still living will be left with the thought that after all we are running around for, after all we are laboring ourselves about, when a time like this comes, this is all we get and nothing more. president taking a stand, taking a place around the graveside, waiting for that moment that everyone had been waiting for, when the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari will be committed to Mother Earth.
And we also see the son of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, in these live pictures. Dignitaries gathered around the grave to pay their last respect. Any moment from now, the body of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, will be laid to rest. This is the final stage of paying respect to the former president. Muhammadu Buhari has been described by President Bola Tinubu as a patriot, a soldier, and a statesman who served Nigeria with unwavering dedication. Live on your screen is the son of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, and a conversation with President Bola Tinubu. Muhammadu Buhari has been described as a statesman, a former statesman in Nigeria, a soldier with unwavering dedication to Nigeria. And that's the son of former President Muhammadu Buhari discussing with President Bola Tinubu. Any moment from now, we'll see the former president being committed to Mother Earth.
One of the good things today is that the temperature in Kastina is not as hot as it used to be. While the temperature in Lagos is about 28 degrees centigrade, that of Kastina today is about 32. But this is a place that could get up to 38 degrees. So the temperature is not as harsh as it used to ordinarily be. So it's a bit more friendly for a lot of people that came in from different parts of the country into the place for the funeral. And that's a bit more comfortable for them to participate in this process. Some pictures we saw a while ago still suggest that the road is still blocked with several people, thousands of people and vehicles, still lining up on the road. It's something that we cannot imagine how it's going to end, because this suggests, the possibility of many people driving out of the town back to Kastina or wherever they came from is very high, and we hope that everything works out well and people return to wherever they are coming from safely. We're still waiting for that particular moment when the body of the former president will be brought in here, and then the final stage of the ritual take place before the body is lowered into the ground, sealing that journey that began on Sunday evening. To this point, we are all waiting, patiently waiting. The world is waiting. Nigerians are waiting. People of Kastina are waiting. And we are here waiting and monitoring for you.
Indeed, TVC News is live at the graveside there, bringing you live pictures of moment by moment activities as the world watches to see the committal of former President Muhammadu Buhari to Mother Earth. That should happen any moment now. In pictures there, it does appear security operatives are trying to make the place orderly, trying to determine who stays where to ensure that everything goes smoothly. And Lupe Asoma, reporter, mentioned earlier that there is already a directive that whoever behaves unruly should be sent out of that space.
military personnel are seen marching into the arena now. That suggests that we are very close to the moment we've been waiting for. We see some military personnel. They are followed closely by, they are rolling in the body of the former president, now covered in national flag. We know already that this body will be carried by senior military officers at the rank of Major General. Our correspondent Lupa Som had told us earlier that getting access into this environment was a very daunting task, and that limits the number of cameramen you can have in that space. It will be expected that TVC News will be the source for signal for most TV stations covering this burial. I'm not too sure about that, but I suspect because of the limitations earlier announced of people being able to access, gain access into that place. So TVC News right now might be this provider of the signal, and that would be a good thing for us to share with our colleagues.
Mike is there.
When he retired from service in 1985, he was democratically elected as the 15th president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria from 21st to 1915. I'm streaming. His demise was confirmed on 30th July 2005. Late President Muhammadu Buhari attended several courses while he performed credibly. Some of the courses include North Class Course, Platoon Commander's Course, Mechanical Transport Force Course, Commander Staff Course Wellington Camp, and Army War College Course United States. During his young officer's course, he worked very hard at the TVC News. He demonstrated commendable stamina during practical exercises and in advanced conditions. During his Commander Staff Course in India, he was a sincere hard-working officer who was quick to learn. He demonstrated the ability to comprehend the implications of most situations and apply tactics to arrive at generally reasonable solutions. He was a friendly and cooperative individual who was impressed with his team. He accepted criticism willingly and expressed his views freely in action. During his Army War College course, he was a well-read and articulate professional who demonstrated a vast range of knowledge on successfully related issues. He could read through managerial issues to identify the source of mistakes and make appropriate improvement and conditions. He displayed a thorough understanding of issues together with remarkable ability to deal with a wide range of complex issues simultaneously. He was intellectually curious, cooperative, and profoundly appreciative of news. His intimate knowledge of current political military problems made him one of the key motivators in his service. His outstanding quality of conducting research, communication skills, and knowledge were aptly brought to bear during the course. Late President Muhammadu Buhari proved his lesson as a professional military officer while he served and held several command, staff, and national appointments. Some of the appointments are platoon commander national, 7th Battalion, Mechanical Transportation and Local Command at Lagos Garrison Transport Command, Company Commander, 21st Brigade, Transport Company. The former trainer also served during the Civil War as battalion adjutant and battalion commander in 10th Infantry Battalion. He was the secretary of 1 Infantry Division. He just major and acting commander secretary of 1 Infantry Division. He just major and acting commander. He was former commander of 1st Brigade, assistant adjutant general headquarters 1 Infantry Division, Colonel General Staff headquarters 3 Division, acting director of supply and transport and contingent member in the United Nations Peacekeeping Force. Congo. Towards the twilight of his career in the military, he served as head of the security army, minister of the sector for logistics, legislative, chairman of the National Petroleum Corporation, and Federal Commissioner of Petroleum and Energy. He has also been the National Commanding Division. He's not even good for all the Security Council and the Federal Executive Council. He was the head of state and chief commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria and president of the
This is TVC News, a live coverage of the state funeral for former President Muhammadu Buhari. Citation of the former president is being read by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, at the graveside there at his residence in Daura. Any moments now, his body will be committed to Mother Earth.
Of former President Muhammadu Buhari being read by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher. Former President Muhammadu Buhari served this country in various capacities, and that's why you're seeing, the time it is taking for his citation to be read. He joined the military at a very young age. We hear at the age of 19 or thereabout. Served, rose through the ranks to become, a senior and ranking officer before he eventually worked with other officers in that coup in 1983, where they ousted the civilian administration of Alhaji Shehu Shagari. But he also came back in another capacity before he again re-emerged as a Democrat, reinvented himself as a Democrat, contested election 3 times, Ayo. But let's talk about, he contested election 3 times, and on these 3 occasions, he also went to court. Doesn't that speak to his belief in Nigeria's justice system?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the first one, 2003, it climbs at the Supreme Court, and he followed through. By that time, we've not perfected our electoral act, so the thing spanned for almost 2.5 years before they could get justice. And it's on record all through that time. He wasn't attending the Council of State meeting. That's our principle. The man, was. He wasn't attending the Council of State meeting. Once he's in court, he has his eyes fixed on the court, and he appears in court cases all through. That time, I remember Chief Umeoze, one of his lawyers, saying that, look, the man believes in the system, that it's a born-again Democrat. He was described as a born-again Democrat. So in 2007, he followed through the same thing, the same pattern, but a lot of Nigerians will say that he was not appealing to the entire country. His candidacy was not appealing to the entire country, that you have to have the spread as stated in the Constitution, that 24 out of 26.
Committal process begins now for former President Muhammadu Buhari. The national flag has been folded and will be handed over to a member of the Buhari family. Right, so this is tradition. This flag is a symbol of Nigeria. It's a national flag, and now being folded in a particular manner according to tradition. And in honor of the man, Muhammadu Buhari, who has served as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, first as military president, and later as democratically elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So once the process is concluded now, that flag...
Expect the body to be committed to Mother Earth. And watching this process, of course, is the president and the vice president. We see them seated, waiting for this process to end. So the body...
Yeah, at the moment now, the flag is being handed over.
It's been handed over to a member of the family. And a salute to the same member by the military force. Okay. This is symbolic, showing respect for the former president. We see the vice president, Kashim Shettima, approaching the body, the graveside, as the national flag has been handed over. We also see the national flag being removed from the body of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. I would expect that next is committing the body to Mother Earth.
Indeed, any moment now, the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari would be interred. We see some of the dignitaries standing there around the body. It's quite a busy scene there, but our cameraman is doing his best to give us a shot as close as possible of the process. The body being lowered there.
Here prayers being made.
The Vice President, Kastina, has led for the laying towards the remains of His Excellency the late President. And the final lady is committed to act. While we are doing that, just to acknowledge the presence of the President of Ghana, the President of Gcfr, the representative of the President of Chad Republic, and the former President of Niger, Muhammadu, and distinguished members of the National Assembly, members of the Federal Executive Council, and the Prime Minister of Niger Republic is also here, and We are finally listening to the leader of His Excellency, the last President, Muhammadu Buhari. We have governments of their excellencies, governors, captains of industries, head of service teams, and other head of security agencies, chairman and chief executive officers of buildings, agencies and private sectors, former governors of Kastina, and Barista Ibrahim Shuma, the Deputy Governor and Excellency Kalabra is also here, and now the final process of the program will be taking place. The former Minister of Communication, Ashok Ibrahim Al-Mutantani is also here. His Excellency the Minister of Budget and Planning, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, the Honorable Minister of Housing, and Urban Development,
an kwaba wata Okay, guys. ba a son yawan surutu a makabarta jama'a ai haƙuri.
Preparation for the firing of the bomb by the firing party. Each program government is in preparation for the firing
wannan a janye daga gaban amarin nan amma sun gudunan da ke bayan mu dama za su yi abin nan ana addu'a akwai daga baya akwai harki da bayan muna gudun kanso na ainihin harsashi kada ya fada ma wani wanda ke tsakiya don a koma gefe a dana sa hannu a ba masu shagun wani da Allah mala saura a koma bayan ba su abin yawa a ba masu shagun wani tun daga abin aikin okay right what we're about to witness is the firing of the volley for the firing party. The very party commander is taking charge.
After the firing of the volley, we shall also witness the robbery.
Media, go behind. Media, behind please. Bro. I'm sure I'm going to right.
Harbi na bindiga sau uku wanda ake cima 21 gun wanda za a yi. Muna kira ga jama'a da ke wannan wuri da Allah kuma gefe
sanata da ainihin farin fati to akwai kwamsara ta harsashi da muke gudun kada ya taɓa jama'a da wannan wanda ke tsakiya su koma bayan nan akwai busa ta rubali.
Once again, we crave your indulgence to please step backwards for the firing of the boom. The firing party should please be on standby.
Police with black cartridges!
The firing party should please be on standby while the grave is being covered completely. After the grave is covered, then we shall have the firing of the building by the firing party.
We have live coverage still coming from Dara, the residence of former President Muhammadu Buhari, where his body has just been committed to Mother Earth. Here in the studio, I have my colleagues Olamide Adeyemi and Nifemi Oguntoye as we continue this special coverage of the state funeral for the former president. Nifemi.
Indeed, Abosede, it's been a day of reflection and national mourning. We saw Mr. President lead the entire nation to show last respect for former President Muhammadu Buhari. His body departed London's Heathrow earlier this morning around 7:48 a.m. accompanied by close family. I don't think it can get better than this, seeing the entire Kastina state shut down for the former president. They've talked about how he's had that 12 million votes, but he probably would have more people supporting him even in death. But it speaks to the full cycle of life. You follow his story, how he was head of state, you know, how he tried to become president for 3 or 4 times, and he's done his 8 years. Opinions remain divided as to his performance, though, but you cannot deny how respected he has remained, even long after his death. I think that it speaks a lot about the honor that we bestow on our leaders in Nigeria, and I also think that all of the leaders, because we found out that political leaders have gathered in Kastina. I'm sure that they're paying attention also to how much respect is getting. I think it should inspire them to be able to do better, because after the deed is done, when you are gone, all that matters is the impact you've been able to make and how much value you've brought to the people that elected you to serve. The big question have now arisen as to what happens post-Buhari, who provides that kind of leadership politically for the North. I remember speaking with a spokesperson, Gcfr Shehu, who just recently launched a book, According to Mr. President, and he talked about how patient, how silent he's been, and how unattached he chooses to be, especially post his presidency, that we now have a new president and is giving him enough time to lead. There are big questions as to who takes over, but I think it's left a really big shoe that we will now find time to see who has the capacity to be able to lead on from here, especially as we count down to 2027.
Yes, indeed. It's a big challenge, but I believe that in the coming days and weeks, there would be some clear answers to that. But this is definitely the end of an era and the beginning of another. It's been a day of mourning, and we have 7 whole days of mourning. This is just day 3. This began on Sunday, and for the next 4 days we would witness that. Today, national holiday, public holiday was declared, so people can really take a moment to reflect on the life of this man and see what we can learn from him. Also, there already talks about immortalizing him. He's left a huge legacy. What things can we do? What national projects can we embark upon? What renamings can we do? What new projects can we launch to actually celebrate what he represented as a leader who had led in capacity as military president and also as democratically elected president of our dear nation, Nigeria.
And the whole world is watching Olamide. They call it the final homecoming. We hardly speak ill of the dead in Nigeria, but this is also going to turn a lot of attention to his legacy, the controversies, the enduring impact of the man who led Nigeria through some of its most defining moments. We saw 2 economic recessions. There was the challenge with the NSAS protests. There was the banning of Twitter.
There was the COVID also.
People, yes, there was COVID-19 as well. Young people are crazy about their comments as to what they make of him in these years. It's a little bit different from what the political class thinks.
And President Bola Tinubu described the man as one who had unwavering dedication, irrespective of, opinions and whatnot. He's laid to it today, and it's a moment of, reflection for not just, Nigerians, but also, leaders within Nigeria and outside Nigeria. You can't see the simplicity of who the man Buhari was. It's clear even in the funeral rites that we have seen today. Quite simple residence where he stayed. Very simple. And so this is also, a moment of reflection for not just, we also hear that the man Buhari has served. He has done his bit to Nigeria, irrespective of opinions and whatnot. He has been described as one of the greatest leaders Nigeria had, irrespective of some turns, some downturns, and we've seen a lot of condolences coming, not just within Nigeria. And from the pictures that you see, live on this screen today, you can be able to decipher how much of his support, he got from not just within Daura, but outside the state. And we saw the military also come out to also pay their last respect, which is one of the highest respect issue you can give one who was a commander-in-chief.
Absolutely.
Let's listen to what's going on. The military is honoring the former president, Muhammadu Buhari.
Fire! Oh no!
from your hands to the music.
Party, party with peace, fathers! Peace! Party! Party, party! Jump!
So, alhamdulillah, we are gabatar da addu'a daga limamin masallaci lieutenant Bashir Musa zai mana addu'a.
All commission officers and master warrant officers in uniform and please. With the river of blood, we have come to the end of this prayer. The firing party march out while other distinguished guests make their way out of this venue. I want to, on behalf of the Master of Ceremonies for today's event, wish one and all safe journey back to your various destinations.
اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى اله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى اله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى اله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم اغفر له وارحمه واعف عنه وعافه واكرم نزله ويسر دخله. اللهم اغسله بالماء والثلج والبرد. اللهم نقه من الخطايا والذنوب كما ينقى الثوب الابيض من الدنس. اللهم انه قد نزل بك وانت خير المنزل. اللهم اسكنه فسيح جناتك. اللهم اغفر لنا اجمعين وتوفنا مسلمين واحشرنا في زمرة النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين برحمتك يا ارحم الراحمين يا رب العالمين. اللهم لا تحرمنا غدره ولا تفتنا بعده. اللهم اغفر لنا ولوالدينا ولاشياخنا ولمن سبقنا بالايمان بحق صلاه الفاتح. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما غلق والخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي الى صراطك المستقيم وعلى اله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم. صلاة لا منتهى لها دون علمك. صلاة ترضيك وترضيه وترضى بها عنا وعن والدينا وعن ازواجنا وذرياتنا يا رب العالمين. اللهم اغفر لنا ولوالدينا ولاشياخنا ولمن سبقنا بالايمان. ربنا اغفر لنا ولاخواننا الذين سبقنا بالايمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين امنوا ربنا انك رؤوف رحيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. ما شاء الله.
part of those that cover the face is weak. Like I'm not eating it.
I want to get shots of the grave and go, but people are still there. That's the end of every month.
Say what?
It is indeed the end of an era, from a military leader to winning a historic electoral victory in 2015. The first time we saw an opposition leader win an incumbent. We are watching live from Daura, the final interment for former President Muhammadu Buhari. Let's bring in our State House correspondent, Femi Akonde, live in Abuja. Femi, we probably haven't seen anything like this in recent history. Walk us through especially the position of the Tinubu administration as to honoring the former president at this time.
Well, the Tinubu administration has also been able to, give a good showing, a good outing, with this funeral organized by the federal government. It's a state funeral in honor of former President Muhammadu Buhari. The only funeral that I would take would come close to this one would be the funeral of maybe MQ Abiola, the winner of the June 12 election. But if you see the kind of global attention this particular funeral got, it also goes to show how supportive President Bola Tinubu is of his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari. Even when he learnt of his illness, he dispatched the vice president to London to see him and inquire about his health. Upon his eventual death, he also dispatched the vice president again to London to go and bring back his body for a burial. We also saw the announcement that there will be an emergency Federal Executive Council meeting, which would be like a valedictory session in honor of former President Muhammadu Buhari. The date for that is yet to be fixed. The federal government is just waiting for, all the activities around the funeral to be concluded before they now settle for a particular date for this special Federal Executive Council meeting. We still expect that, President Bola Tinubu and the family will meet. Even after, the funeral, what we saw on cameras, there were also meetings behind the camera where he personally, condoled with the family, condoled the family, condoled the former First Lady Aisha Buhari. We saw a video of him where he met with Yusuf Buhari, former President Muhammad Buhari's son, at the waiting room of the airport there in Kastina State. We also see all of these shows, the closeness between these two families. We saw how the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, held Aisha Buhari, how they walked from the plane to the waiting area and then took her through up to the residence and has been with her all through, been by her side, comforting her and consoling her. So, it also shows how closely knit these two families have become, even beyond politics, if any.
At that, let's bring in journalist Dr. Oladipo. Thank you for joining us for the long day it's been. You have covered President Buhari extensively, especially during this 8-year tenure. What do you consider the most revealing moments that showed us vulnerabilities as strength as president?
At the time he came into power, and even up till now, anybody sitting on that presidential seat is doing a tough job. You know, there is a common saying around this part of the country, and generally, it's easier to destroy than to build. We build something. We may not be too aware of what things look like, but we had stories. I knew that at some point in 1986, my dad told me when they brought him a brand new Peugeot that it cost him 6,000 naira. And then we have gotten to a stage in this country where even that Peugeot, we don't assemble it again. We bring it in. And at what cost? So when he got into power, and very much unlike when he was a military head of state, there was a difference. You needed the rule of law. It wasn't by fiat again. It wasn't the war against indiscipline era again, where you just give the order and everybody's queuing up at the bus stop. You have to go through lawmakers, the National Assembly, and all of those. So he had not just his task cut out for him, but others to also cross. The naira was weak. The economy was crumbling. Until now, not so much has changed in terms of our earning power. We're just trying to push in things. So when he came in, it wasn't rosy. And I've said it over and over again. Anybody who thinks that it is just going to get into the villa and say, Nigeria, be well again, that person is joking.
And I agree with you to that extent. But for former President Buhari, his case is peculiar.
Yes.
He was determined to be president. He won in his 4th attempt, right?
Yes.
So opinions remain divided as to whether or not he was overwhelmed by the complexity of the Nigerian problem. Looking back now, history will now have to judge him relative to what he was able to do, compared to the campaign promises that he gave to Nigerians.
It's easier to make promises now. When you get in, the reality sets in. For anyone going into the villa to achieve anything substantial now, that person must have done a lot of work. Like I said, and some people share that opinion, I may completely be wrong. Buhari dying today would have been better off not coming into the presidency again. Because as a military head of state, he covered a lot of grounds, and we can give that to him. But being a civilian president,
he would have died an unfulfilled man.
Well, it all depends. It's not everything.
He left power up abruptly as a military head of state.
It's not everything that we aspire to. It's not everything we aspire to that we get. It's not. And at the 3rd attempt, you will recollect, after he failed, he said he wasn't going to do it again until Asiwaju Tinubu stepped in and said, no, you must do it again. So for me, I believe it would have been greater in death having died as a military president or as a military head of state, not as a civilian, because the times were bad and the times are still bad.
But somehow you would agree that the honors are now somewhat double. You have military honors now, you have a civilian honor, and somehow...
Now, he has a state funeral. He probably wouldn't have that if he was in prison.
He would have had that.
Yes, and...
because it was a former military head of state.
Absolutely.
You would have had that.
And during his time as president, democratically elected president, we also saw some things he brought to bear. I talk about transformation he brought to his hometown, for instance, Daura, the Federal University of Transportation, for instance. That probably wouldn't have happened. Or if it would have happened under a different administration, it would probably be in a different community.
Yeah, well, you really can't say, because all of these things that we do, they are political. You know, people who want to curry your favor. For instance, if you had a different order of state and he wants a Buhari to deliver some votes to him, he could do that. But I'm not saying we can't take that away that he did certain things for certain people, including his own community.
Because many of the political leaders we see at the burial today are those who have worked with him very closely in the past 10 years, maybe on his cabinet.
I completely agree with you on that. I completely agree with you on that. I'm not taking away from that. But I'm saying in terms of the comments that we are saying today about the fact that some are saying he didn't perform, he didn't do this, because they didn't actually follow what happened during his administration. They didn't. And whatever those who came after the PDP government did up until now is just laying the foundation for our recovery.
Who do you think will inherit these 12 million votes that Buhari has carried, or, you know, that they say he's carried for so long?
Well, don't forget it's from a political family. And that political family he inherited from some people. Because when you put it all together, you'll still be talking about the Yaraduas. It doesn't mean that the Yaraduas hold the 12 million votes. What it means is the fact that some people believe in him. Those people will now look for who else to believe in. And that's what is going to happen. So it's not as if somebody will just come and grab the complete 12 million votes.
How do you think that decision would be made or reached? I'm thinking, is it that there would be a meeting of core leaders, you know, who are loyal to him, and then they agree, okay, we nominate you to serve in this capacity? Or because when you say it's the people who will decide, how would they decide? Because it means there would then have to be some form of poll, an election.
And now, that decision, this is the way it's going to play out. If you recollect some months back, there was a visit by the CPC bloc, that's Congress for Progressive Change, some top leaders who went to see him and said, it's like the present administration has sidelined us. We want to move. We are not happy again. These were people who also served in government before now.
I think they are divided, actually, between the current...
exactly. When you now look at that group, you still have some people who are in government now within that group who are still saying we are going with APC. You have some of them who are already in the African Democratic Congress. That's the coalition. That's what I'm saying. It's going to all move around. Things will happen, and
there are quite a number of politicians who appear to have stayed close to him even after he left office. There is Ibikun Lamosun of Ogun State, who was with him last year during his 81st birthday. Nasir El-Rufai also recently visited him, even while he was forming his ADC alliance. Would you say that Buhari left a political successor that his followers can identify with?
No, I won't say that. Because nobody can say this is the successor. Nobody. Unlike in those days when we had during the Second Republic, when we had National Party of Nigeria, Unity Party of Nigeria, you can say, okay, this is who is likely to succeed, say, a Chief Obafemi Awolowo or an Nnamdi Azikiwe. But now it's no longer that way. Everybody comes together with their own constituency, their votes, their power. Nobody has absolute power now. But in some instances, you have some leaders who are able to put people together. And that is the most important now. So everybody will now go to their communities, to their constituencies, to go and deliver those constituencies to whoever they want. It's split now. It's fluid. It's not compact. Anything can happen.
Let's take this conversation back to our Abuja studio, where Femi Akonde is standing by. Femi, you covered President Buhari very closely. You probably have a bigger lens than all of us in this studio What stood out for you, really, watching his internment? What moments are you remembering, and how are you personally remembering him as a journalist?
Well, I think for me, what stood out was, seeing his state chief of protocol scope, the man that used to walk up, that used to move ahead of the president, direct him in the direction he would go, and also help him to ensure that, all protocols are duly observed, as they say. And also his aide de camp, the man you saw at the graveside with the red cap, the military man, you just see the two of them watch the body of their former boss or former boss, being lowered into the grave. I was wondering, what was running through their minds, and how they also would be thinking that, well, indeed, that's the end of life. No one gets out of it alive, and, it's just going to be a moment of, sober reflection for them, a lot running through their mind. They'll be processing, the time they had with their former boss, the good times, the bad times, when they accompanied him to the Federal Executive Council meeting, when they traveled with him outside the country, all diplomatic shuttles that former President Muhammadu Buhari embarked on during his time as president. And, a lot of other things will be running through their mind. And, at the end of it all, just for every mortal, death is the end of, or death is always, the end of the story of every mortal. I know it's just a moment for them and for all Nigerians to also reflect and just ensure that, while, there's time, just ensure you make impact and touch your community or those close to you, so that, in death, there will be a lot to be remembered for. It's our legacies that outlive us. And for former President Muhammadu Buhari, during his time too, he was a man who, I would say, was very difficult to read. It was very difficult to tell what's on his mind, when things are happening around the country. You see the governors run to the villa to consult him. He listens attentively, just very observant. And in some cases, after all consultations, they leave without a resolution. He would hardly tell them, this is where I stand, or this is my position on this matter. All they come to sit and do is to read his body language. And sometimes it's largely misinterpreted. Ifemi.
Femi Akode, thank you for your analysis. It's been a long day. Perhaps we allow you go now, and then we'll get back to you subsequently. State House correspondent Femi Akode live for us in Abuja. He's touched on something very important, Mr. Oladipo. It's the silence of the man called Muhammadu Buhari. I think it was a spokesperson who mentioned that, no, it was Pastor Tunde Bakare on the show yesterday, who mentioned that he had called him when Sunday Igboho was arrested. And he was really livid and was saying, I'm not going to talk to you again. How can this happen? And then Buhari said, I didn't know about it. The security operatives just sometimes throw my names around. How do you think that has impacted his leadership, really? A situation where he probably doesn't interfere. He allows you to think by yourself.
See him as somebody who is unwilling to commit himself at every point in time. And sometimes I think silence can be very golden. Because when you speak too much, people can easily know where you are going and use that to their own advantage, And that's why Buhari will always remain a Buhari. You can't take that away from him. You are just looking at him, he's not saying anything to you. But he knows where he's going. And at the end of the day, he takes his decisions. You will not know whether he has consulted or not. The most important thing for him is that something must be done. And he has remained an enigma in a way. Because when sometimes you go back and you say, let's even look at some results of elections, you will see those who are claiming that they are closer to him than even his wife. They will win in their polling station, and for subsequent elections, they lose. Because people have come out to vote for Buhari and not the other candidates. So it's a man nobody can say, I really know everything about him. And some of us who have, had stories about the villa, we've even had situations where he had spurned his wife on some issues. You know, a lot of times we assume erroneously that once the First Lady enters the room, which some have fondly referred to have having said the Oza room, they believe everything is settled. But we've had stories of him saying, no, you can't do this. We're in government, this can't happen. And that's the man. And that's why when people first think about him, no matter what happens around him, a lot of people believe his pattern is clean. People, like he mentioned now, use his name to do a lot of things. And that's the way for every president. The president can be everywhere. So somebody can wake up and say, Oga said I should tell you this. How will you say the president did not say the person, knowing the closeness?
But sometimes that seems to have given room to a lot of insinuation.
Look at what happened just before the 2023 election.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Where it looked as if he wasn't going to support his party's candidate. Yes. And then there was cash scarcity.
Yeah.
The whole country felt the brunt of that silence.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And it really impacted on that election because some people thought he wasn't backing Ashwaju for that election. But at the end of the day, we saw some sense in that. Number one, the level of bribery in that election went down drastically. Number two, it has helped us till now to know that cash is not king. And that you can do your transactions without even having
I'd like us
any
to
cash
even
with you.
stay away from that as we begin to wrap up this conversation. Precisely, how do you think that Muhammadu Buhari will be remembered across board? Because there's a sharp difference between what the political class is saying and what the young people are talking about. In years to come, it's going to be talked about in history. It's going to be taught in classes. How do you think it's going to be remembered?
The truth is this, and it happens almost everywhere. You value a man when he's gone because you have a benchmark. You have somebody to compare him to. And that's what we are seeing now. And that's what we're going to see in the future. I was saying it not too long ago. A lot of people are critics. They don't know that government and governance, they are two difficult things to handle. You only need to be there. That's why at some point, some people are saying maybe Aso Rock is changed. It's not changed. It's just the reality of the fact that the enormity of the problems to be confronted is not something that you would have fathomed before you come in. Even at the level of the states, you see some state governors, they get in and they are panicking that they didn't know the problem was this much. Because they always think, and wrongly too, that till now, the problem of Nigeria is money. But it has gone beyond that. We have seen people who don't even want the system to work because it's to their advantage. People who want to gather all the money and enslave people. When you go through some of the things that happened in the past, for instance, look at the revelations coming out on the former CBN governor. Who would have believed that happened under Buhari? But how would he have seen through that? Sitting where he's sitting, unless there are revelations like this. We saw it under President Obasanjo too. When people were saying some projects had been executed, whereas they only collected the money, and he made some discoveries. If you recollect, he made some recoveries, even in some states. I remember a governor in this southwest who took Obasanjo on a particular road and told him this was the road for which you released money last year. The road was not done. So until when you get there, and if it's a local government, you can say, okay, the man can even walk the whole local government in one day.
Maybe it's not as simple as some people think it is.
Yes, and that's because they are not there.
When you get in, you discover the enormity
of the challenges and the size of the country you are governing. You know, some will always argue that after all, United States of America is bigger. It has 50 states and so. But the structure they are running is different from us.
Mr. Dr. Oladipo, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Abosede, what a day it's been.
A very long day. We've been on this all day, monitoring the state funeral for the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, whose body left the Heathrow Airport at about 7:48 a.m. today, accompanied by Vice President Kashim Shettima, who was dispatched by President Bola Tinubu to both commiserate with the family and bring the body back home. We saw the body move alongside.
By 2 p.m., I believe the military aircraft had touched down at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Kastina, where a brief but very dignified military ceremony was held in his honor. From there, we saw what seemed a solemn convoy, and I saw you guys, really comment on that. Made its way to Daura at about 4:16 p.m. His body arrived to a waiting crowd, dignitaries, top military brass, former governors, hundreds, if not thousands of mourners, both in and outside Nigeria. Daura and indeed Nigeria stood still today for former President Muhammadu Buhari. It is indeed the end of an era from being a military head of state to that historic electoral victory that made him the first Nigerian opposition leader to win an incumbent. Well, thank you so much for being a part of the conversation with us. But we've shown you all the way from Abuja and from Heathrow, and you saw the finer committee in Daura. The conversation doesn't end here. We're back at 7 p.m. where we'll bring you more highlights as regards our coverage of this state funeral. Thank you everyone for being a part of the conversation, and we'll be back at 7 p.m. Stay with us.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
If you are watching this, thank you so much for giving hope to the hopeless.
I got admission into Federal University of Oye-Ekiti in the year 2021. I'm studying theatre media arts and I'm in 400 level. Abolari College is a school that doesn't leave you after secondary school, still help you throughout your tertiary institution. Kábíyèsí o! Mẹ́gbẹ́yìn lọ́mọ ewúrẹ́ ọ̀ràngún tí jẹ lẹ́sẹ̀ gbàgede, ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ awúrẹ́ ọ̀ràngún tí jẹ lẹ́sẹ̀ yàrá. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ adìyẹ òpópó ọ̀ràngún tí jẹ lẹ́sẹ̀ gẹ̀rú adé. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ ajímọ́bìnrin ọ̀fẹ́, ọmọ òjò àmọ̀tà, ọmọ òjò ọdún kìrọ̀ lásán, ọmọ òdìjọ́ wọn bá ń dásù nílé ìlàjò nílé ọ̀ràngún, ọmọ àsọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ́lọ́ iṣu, ọmọ ìlú ẹrú ò gbọ́dọ̀ gbé, ọmọ ní gbé. I'm currently a student of Union, studying anatomy 200 level. I got admitted to Abolari College September 19, 2016.
No, throughout the time I was in the school, it was a fun experience. I learned a lot and got prepared for the future.
My first set of students, if not that KBC brought this school in timely intervention, I don't know what the fate of those girls would have been. Some of them would have been mothers, single parents by now. Some of them already has lost hope. Thanks.
A nation's future.
I don't need to start worrying about rent.
Every Nigerian deserves a place to call home, and the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is turning that hope into reality. From groundbreaking projects, policy initiatives to life-changing mortgage solutions, discover how FMBN is actualizing dreams one home at a time.